Yeah. No. I might pop in at lunch, depending on a back back row. You know what I mean, a back bench. But at the moment, that was my assumption.
Actually, the message that went, Lance, you might want to explain this, but the message that went out is that all councillors can come into this room as a bubble of our own, and so councillors can all come in. But then that does constrain for, you're nodding, I'm getting it right, yay! But that will then constrain the number of additional staff and stuff like that.
Oh, thanks. I might come at lunch if you're still going and sit on the back bench or whatever. That's cool. Thank you, Desmond. Or whatever.
Hang on a minute. I know what's happening at the back there. I'm just wondering, Aaron, just stay there. Can we just have a clarity on that? I know we said we wouldn't have a lot of media in the room because of the COVID, but there's one person and at a distance. I feel Aaron should be able to stay here.
Yeah, okay. Agree. And just for clarity, if we
it's not her fault. She's just doing what was.
If we do move through to a phase 2 under red setting, then we would tighten things up.
Yeah,
considerably.
and then we should really let the media know personally in
will.
advance. But relax, Aaron, and thank you for following that up. We know that was what we were intending. So, okay, right. Good morning, everyone. Morena tātou. Kia koe tame.
Kai kauni hira hau, Marks, kene taku wā tuatahi ki te au tō whanahi, ka mi te mihi atu kia koe. Martin, kōrua ko Angela, I tūhongo mai mā te roro hiko tēnei te mihi atu kia kōrua tēnā kōrua. Tēnā tātou katoa, huitahi nei ki te kōrua i ngā kaupapa mo te kōrua māni o kirikiri ro, wā kato whānu, Aotearoa, tēnei te mihi atu. E te asua whaharawa koe nei mātou e whakairi ngā ki te kōrero ki te kaihanga o te rangi. Kia pāmai tō ringa ki runga I te iti me te rahi. No reira e te asua pāmai tō ringa I runga I te kini hoki. I hiko I runga ngā tongi kura, ngā whakatauti, hei arahi te tini me te manu. Koe nei mātou e whakawhetai, I te ngoto mātou kai whakaora, mā ke ake. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. And I'm going back to winter, we're doing a pōwhiri, totally different. It's by virtual, by computer, and I've never done one by a virtual pōwhiri. So you've got to change our words, our text, trying to greet people by this technology. That's the world we live in.
In terms of the three waters, to ensure that we have time and possession, we will have the staff and then we will have some questions. And then we will take a break just to kind of get our heads around stuff, and then we'll come back together for debate. So just in advance, so you know that that's how I'm going to run that. That way I think we can be a little bit more generous with some of the questions. Okay, so first of all, are there any apologies? I don't see Dave here, but wasn't he an apology for slight lateness? I'm not sure. It was, yeah. Apology for Dave being late. I vaguely remembered him mentioning it in passing yesterday.
Paul, a point of order. Can you reduce the screen of those on the screen? It looks terrible, but it's wonderful. It's great. God. Reduce the photo. It looks awful. I'm going to turn off my screen. Thank you.
Yeah, me too, Martin.
Yeah, the actual AV seems to be pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll follow that up. It seems to be pretty good. Thank you. Sorry.
He just don't want to look at himself. All right. Good, all good. Apologies have been moved. It's been seconded. All in favour? Confirmation of the agenda. It is as circulated. Also moved. Deputy Mayor Taylor will second. All in favour? Okay, are there any declarations of interest? And this is in any matter that the public may perceive that you have a conflict of interest. I'll just pause to see if there are any. No. Okay, therefore, no declarations of interest. No public forum, I don't think, because if there was, it would be a virtual one anyhow. So we'll move to item 5, which is the confirmation of the open minutes of the 16th of December. All right, thank you. Any questions, matters arising? All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Item 6 is the confirmation of the elected member briefing notes of somewhere back in December. Also move. Sarah will second. Any questions arising? There being none, all in favour? Opposed? And you can see Angela and Martin. Amy? See, okay, cool. Let me know if there's any issues. Chair's report, item 7. Don't intend to go over anything that is to be discussed later, because that would be double handling. So I'll move that my report be received. Are there any questions of me for the report?
Just a question, Mayor Paula, on the last part of your report where you talk about your meetings with the Mayor of Auckland and the Commissioner of Tauranga City Council, leaving aside the waters issue and what we will discuss in the reform response program. Were there any other items that might be useful just to give us a verbal update on?
Yes, so Blair will bring an update at some stage within the growth arena. Let's take Tauranga and Auckland were slightly separate. Tauranga came over because we've been inviting them for some time to come and see our growth facilities and talk about the issues underpinning growth. And that's everything to do with the huge price of the cost of infrastructure coming at us, our ability to deliver housing. We looked at some of the water assets like the Rototuna new water tank, and we talked a bit about transport and connections. So it was a whole range of things. It was the beginning of a much closer relationship with Tauranga. We've been talking on Zoom and various different ways over the last year, but with COVID, this was our first chance to have them here in Hamilton and sing. So they really enjoyed it, and actually I think the summary is that we have a lot of synergy with Tauranga between the two councils. Feel free to chip in a minute, Blair, if you've got something, if I've gone wrong. But between the two of us, we have 50% of the population, and we face the same constraints around infrastructure. And so we're wanting to explore to them common messages around alternative funding to infrastructure, to help councils, especially the fast growth councils, out of the situation we are in the minute. And we also did talk a little bit about waters, obviously, and housing. It was really housing growth and water, really, that were the three biggies. And there are some messages that we can share together when we go to Wellington to Minister Robertson and hopefully the Prime Minister herself, which will paint a much clearer picture for them how different we are as metros compared to the rest of the country that they're dealing with. The rural and provincial councils have a completely different set of issues than these fast-growing metros. And our view in this, no disrespect to my colleague Phil Goff, our view is that the centre North Island, that golden triangle, is the richest opportunity for New Zealand Inc. in terms of economic investment and return. And to do that, we need to work closely with Tauranga. So it was around that in particular. Did I miss anything, Blair?
It was a very good summary, Mayor Paula. I mean, the only points I would add is we talked a bit about our connections, particularly with freight and logistics, and the growing interest with Port of Tauranga having a significant hold in Ruakura, and the opportunities to think about freight logistics movements and connections between Hamilton through to Tauranga. The other aspect was our common interest in RM reform, so the matters we touched on yesterday, and in particular the legislation that both our communities, the MDRS, medium density residential standards, that applied to both of us, so how we're responding to that. So again, it's commonality. So as Mayor Paula said, an opportunity for use our collective voices as the lead councils on both future-proof and smart growth, where we're in partnership with the government to say we need to change some things in terms of how the partnerships work for the future, particularly around infrastructure funding and financing to help us deliver collective outcomes with the government in terms of long-term outcomes and long-term direction. So it certainly reinforced the great relationship we have and the opportunities for us to continue to work together in partnership with the government and some of the strong messages that we want to convey.
Yeah, absolutely. And just in respect to the question that I know is lurking on people's minds as to who else was involved in the trip, It came up very suddenly because it was a window of opportunity between COVID pressures where we could actually get a few people together, and a lot of everyone else was on holiday, so there was a few issues there, but it was a small group and very, very good, I thought. Especially the ability to go down to Wellington with a joined voice on some of these issues. By the way, you'll be pleased to know, Ewan, they also talked of rail, strengthening the rail connections, and potential in the future for passenger rail connect. And so I note your good work in that, because I know you've been part of that conversation. Phil Goff?
Can I just ask one question?
Yep.
Was there an opportunity to discuss our status as a Tier 1 city and the way that Wellington are currently treating us with a broad brush approach, that all Tier 1 cities have to conform and do virtually the same thing around our building standards and our district plan changes and so forth? Because I sense that is going to be quite a biggie going forward. And it may well be that if we have got a united front, we might get the changes the practical changes that I think are required.
Yeah, absolutely, that was part of it. We didn't attack the whether we're a Tier 1 or whatever city, but we talked about the issues that is putting on us, and the considerable pressure that growth councils are in. And I think we recognise that Tauranga and Hamilton are two of the strongest metro propositions in the city. Auckland is king up there, and Wellington's a different kind of city. But that's where we're going to get the best gain. So we talked about that, but that is also because of the way the government sees those cities, and possibly poorly understands how we're able to function. Why we talked about infrastructure and funding and the housing, and because they face exactly the same issue that we have here, which is the ability to give effect to the housing bill is hampered by the ability to bring infrastructure forward at the right pace. So, yeah, and we didn't feel it would be useful to be in competition with Tauranga. We felt it would be more beneficial to be an ally with Tauranga and take two voices to Wellington.
Thank you.
Mayor Goff was just a usual. Sorry.
I was just going to add to that, if I may.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Rob, we certainly shared some of our collective opportunities where we feel the government could work with us in partnership in a more higher paced manner. An example would be exploring the opportunities in Peacock for the IFF structure to be deployed, and how that's similar to Tauranga and some of the things they're looking at in the Tauriko and sort of south of Papamoa areas. We also talked about our collective challenges and opportunities with growth, and how a nuanced Hamilton-Tauranga response is potentially a little bit different to the other, the Auckland-Wellington. So whilst we may be seen in the same light as the other metros, there is a nuance to our local communities, and it's really important that our voice and how we can respond to jointly work with the government is a little bit different from just applying a one-size-fits-all model. Yeah. So I think that is the opportunity that Mayor Paula wishes to canvass when we get an opportunity to go to Wellington and meet with the key ministers.
So that letter is already drafted by James. We just get the sign-off and Tolly, and we write together, and we invite government to have that conversation with us together. And of course, Hamilton will still have some separate meetings for other purpose, but that is planned to go ahead as soon as we can get it ahead, given what's facing government, and getting into the new year, finding time with government is it's not as easy as it looks, but we're working on it very hard, and we're being very, very tenacious about insisting that we, as two of the biggest metros and most important metros in the country, have the ear of the government. And that's where we're going with that one. The full Goff, we have meetings every quarter, so it was our turn to host him, so he came down. The issues we talked about were the same, were growth. They're having their share of issues with infill and how they cope with that. And we did talk about water, obviously, in terms of supply, and he was thankful for the approach that we took, an understanding of the approach we took with the Board of Inquiry. And we did talk about the Waikato River, the vision and strategy, and a few other matters like that. passenger transport, Ewan, we talked about the connection with the airport. We thanked them for that work, that improvement in the train that you've been working on yet again. You've been working on that one, and talked about what the next set of advancements were, but not in a great deal of detail. What else did we cover in that, Blair? I'm just trying to think. Anyway,
I think those were the main topics, Paula.
Yeah.
Oh,
Excellent.
sorry, we did explore again how we're responding to the legislation pre-Christmas in terms of some of our thinking and potentially how we are looking closely at Te Ture Whaimana, vision and strategy, and the parallels for Auckland and their circumstances to think about that, which interestingly Mayor Goff suggested they weren't considering. So
yeah, we talked about COVID too, and a number of things around the potential decommissioning of MIQ and other matters that we have in common, how that will work and what difference that will make, especially in the tourism sector. That was the other one we talked about. But yeah. Cool. Any other questions on my report? Yes, thanks, Mark.
Did they give you any indication from a Tauranga point of view, bearing in mind they're Antilles Commissioner, of their election timetable? Are they going to have local body elections soon?
No. The answer, yes, she did talk about that. What she said is that she has written to government to extend that by a period of a year. There again, that's connecting with COVID and their ability to deliver the program that the government has asked them to do in their time as commissioners. And she just feels it would be more fruitful, and then they could start to look at I don't know all the details. They could transition local democracy back in.
Right. So they're not looking at having, and I know it's their business, not ours, but they're not looking at having local body elections this year?
I think they're hoping to go a bit further out than that.
Okay.
Know? Yeah.
look, councillors and Councillor Mark, the Minister for Local Government had invited the commissioners to write back and provide advice as to what they thought. So their recommendation was that their term be extended from December 22 to December 23, so it's the end of next year, with elections to be held end of 23, so new elected members would be in place for January 24, but there would be a government-appointed advisor working alongside the commissioners, so that the draft long-term plan that takes effect from July 24 that had been started under the commissioner's term would be, the advisor would be there to support the new elected members to see that across the line. So that was their recommendation. That's now with the Minister to consider, and the Minister will no doubt make a decision soon as to whether the Commissioner's term finishes December this year or, as I described, December 23.
Okay, thanks, Blaine. Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Anything else? No?
Mayor Paula, I just had one question.
Sure.
When you say met with the commissioners, you met with all the commissioners in Tauranga?
No, just there was 2 commissioners and a staff member. 4 commissioners? Yeah, 4 commissioners. Then we did.
So you met with all the commissioners?
How many?
Yes.
There's only 4, yeah, and there was a small group, yeah.
So we met with the Chair and the 3 other Commissioners, Councillor Wilson.
That's all right.
I was just trying to get the context of who you met with. Okay.
Yeah. And as I say, had we not been in the middle of holidays, I would have invited, mind you, I was only invited to myself a few days before. All right, let's move on. I move that my report be received. Seconded. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 8 is the proposed development contributions paper. Hi, Greg.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Nice to see everyone again. I'll take the report as read, but I'll just make several introductory comments before taking questions. Firstly, I'd just like to put the recommended amendments in the report in context. They're important in their own right, but they're quite specific and ultimately do not represent fundamental changes to the Council's DC policy. If the amendments were ultimately adopted in June this year, as far as consequences, there would be no change to the DC schedule of charges, the underlying policy methodologies, or the projected DC revenue which informs the Council's LTP. And I just want to put that in context because sometimes it might be a little bit hard to tell, whether we're making major changes or not sometimes. So I wouldn't refer to this as a policy review, but rather a policy update with a limited set of specific amendments. This context also informs the proposed approach to consultation in the report. And I just want to note that since the report was written, I've had further discussions with Lachlan, who I hope will be appearing very soon. And in addition to the consultation approach set out in paragraph 60, it's proposed that all of Hamilton's secondary schools, of which there are 61, be contacted directly and invited to submit on the amendments. And also that the period of consultation be 3 weeks from 22 March to 14 April. And finally, in the recommendations, C Part 1, I just wanted to clarify something there. So on the 2nd of December at the Strategic Growth Committee, the committee resolved quite a specific approach to the State Integrated Schools remission, which is in paragraph 36. So it's a note because that's been resolved, and we're going to carry that recommendation through, subject to anything that happens today, obviously. And that will also form part of a draft policy that we'll bring to you on the 17th of March. Yeah, that's my comments, and happy to take questions on anything you like.
Councillor Bunting?
Thank you. So just on that 3-week consultation period with regards to the schools, integrated schools, are you quite comfortable that's enough time for them to get together and yap about it?
Yeah, I had a detailed, good conversation with Lachlan about that. I tend to defer to him; he's the expert there. Yeah. And as I said, while they're they're important changes, they're very specific. So the set of affected parties is we came to the conclusion was schools. You can sort of keep spanning out, but we felt that going to all secondary schools, private, state integrated was the appropriate way to go.
Yeah, right.
And we're also working on, we have public information, and the communications department will help us make that effective in terms of broad reach. So all of those things combined, that was the recommendation.
So you're expecting submissions from private schools as well, do you think?
I hope so. I'd like to get submissions from across the school sector. Yep.
Yep. Great. Thank you. Yes.
I see Lachlan's on the screen.
There he is.
Lachlan, did you want to add anything?
No, just to apologise for lateness. I'm sorry, I tried to get there in person, but that building's like Fort Knox at the moment. So I had to race back and do it online. No, not at all. I mean, I think that what Greg and I had talked about was that it seemed appropriate that we target all schools so that everyone that was potentially affected by the change or not necessarily captured by the change had the opportunity to have direct engagement with council. So I think that's, as Greg has said, that's an appropriate approach.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Greg, I guess it's a really complex topic and something that isn't probably known well in schools or at the school board level. How might you be able to help the schools to be able to understand the complexities of that and be able to submit in a meaningful way?
Well, it's probably good to start with the basics, and essentially you build a new classroom or a new gym. That allows for more people to come to the school, more transport trips, more bathrooms, etc. And just explain, I guess, that ultimately that's what this policy does. In aggregate, you do that, you need new infrastructure. So I'd probably just start by giving that basic, and then in terms of the sort of the thornier bits around the remission, I guess I'd say this is public policy and it's for public benefit. So what we're trying to do is look at the development that you might do that the public could benefit from, and if you do that, then the council, is willing to essentially incentivise that or level the playing field to some extent with the statutory carve out that the government's put in there. So yeah, So I think maybe I'm taking feedback from you that there needs to be at least an introductory statement or a bit of context for them and allow them, because you can't get too far into the detail because they don't have time for that really. So they probably just want to understand, you know, how does this work basically, and what is this thing you're proposing, and how will it help me? So I think with the communications team, we'll certainly try and do that. And
Thank
any
you.
other feedback you've got is welcome.
I'm just mindful that the schools are under quite a lot of pressure, inviting all of their students back again, and to have to engage, in quite a complex topic. Us making it simpler and easy for them to understand will be key. Thank you.
Councillor Naidu-Rove.
First, just to follow on from what Maxine was talking about, would you be engaging with the Principals Association as a group and explaining that introduction, or do you plan on going individually to each school, or how would that work?
Yeah, so 61 schools, I'd say probably, wouldn't be able to go and individually do that. I think the idea is to, actually, Tiki Mossop is in my team, worked for the Ministry of Education, is quite familiar with the school structures and stuff, but if we go to the principal or the right avenue where it will get to the sort of the decision maker or the person who's going to advise the board, I guess, and then make it really clear, you know, how this might affect you and what opportunities there are for you to submit and to put your case forward. So I think it'd be over the papers rather than face to face. But I would also say we'll make ourselves available. You know, if someone wants to come in and talk to us, or if they want to call us and ask questions, then we'll certainly make ourselves available for that.
Cool. And Greg, do you think there's any value from including, I remember in the December meeting there was quite a lot of discussion around early childhood centres, state integrated, publicly funded, and the opportunity for shared benefit with the community. Would there be value in including them in that engagement piece?
We hope that they will engage, and I guess with the discussion with Lachlan, you know, how far do we... So you've got state integrated schools, so you would obviously want to be direct about consulting them, and then we've broadened that out to every secondary school, and you know, and you can go to early childhood, and then you could further go to you know, places of worship and things like that, which you know, potentially are in the same basket. So happy to take advice on that. At this stage, we landed on all secondary schools, but we want to do through the broader public notices. We would like to attract, you know, those other educational sort of, you know, more peripheral educational facilities.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Chris, I don't want to call you Chris. Greg, is there any retrospective ability of the schools if this policy was to be enacted, or is it just defined from the date it's resolved?
So certainly I don't know that we've ever done. It's hard to do retrospective. There's some harder consequences of doing that. We have done it once, I think, for community infrastructure back many years ago. Lachlan and I have discussed retrospective and how that might be done. Lachlan, did you land on a view there? I know we've talked about it.
Well, that's still a piece that we're working on, Councillor Ryan, but I think the point is the way that the provisions are drafted, they leave the remission ultimately to the full discretion of council, and so that potentially leaves the door open for you to apply it retrospectively. There are some complexities with that, given that there will be, if you are applying it retrospectively, you're dealing with payments which have been made under a previous policy, not the policy that you're now dealing with. So that adds some complexity to it, but that's a matter I'm working through with Greg, and we can perhaps report back on that with a piece of more formalised legal advice. I think when the matter next comes before you on the 17th of March.
I just wonder, Lachlan, as a follow-up, I'm not wanting to open a can of worms. So could we, with our motion today, tidy that up a little bit so it makes it clear that this is, present day going forward?
Well, you could, of course, resolve anything. So if you wish to amend the proposed resolutions to make it clear that this is not a policy that is intended to have retrospective effect, you could certainly do that.
Okay, Chair, I'd like to maybe just have a moment, or if Lachlan could send me something to that effect, I'd be interested to explore that, just to keep it tidy from a council point perspective.
To include it in the recommendation, right?
Yes, please.
Is that able to happen, Lachlan?
Yes.
Probably
Cool.
a Roman numerals 5 and C, probably.
Yeah.
Those 5. Are there any other questions while we're waiting for that to occur?
Oh, 6.
Yeah.
I'm just through the chair. Could we note that consultation period if it's agreed, just so we can have that on the record as we go into the consultation? Yeah, the dates in particular, yeah.
Yep, sure.
We're looking at, which is obviously part of what triggered this. That wouldn't be affected by the decision today. That still would. Is that right? Because they haven't lodged. Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's my understanding, and I think we discussed they should be made aware of that, just so they don't catch themselves in that loop. Because essentially, if the consent is granted, they, aside for a little, opportunity that otherwise, they essentially lock themselves into that policy. So I think, they should be made aware that this specifically for them, the effectively they should wait to lodge that consent until the policy comes into effect, yeah.
Thanks.
How are we progressing with this? What are the words?
You muted
the additional words? Because it's
Your Worship, probably the appropriate place to put it would be in the staff recommendation where the resolution 2C1 occurs, Roman 1, 2C Roman 1. You could add or insert a new Roman 2, which says the changes in C1 above are not intended to have retrospective effect.
okay, we're just getting that typed up as we speak. That wasn't too difficult to put in there. So you're intending that as additional, Lachlan, to the Romans 2?
Yes, I think if it's to be, it should be dealt with as a separate resolution. Otherwise, it will cloud the original resolution, which is to pursue the policy change. So I think a separate section C, Roman 2, a new Roman 2, as I've described, will just keep it clean, and that way that amendment could be debated as a separate item.
If it's an amendment, it might be the motion.
It might not be an amendment. That's what I was going to say. Is there an amendment? Because I think we might reach that may be the motion you're going to move, Ryan.
Are you happy to move? I think Councillor Ewan was keen to second.
Right. Yeah. So it's moved and seconded. Can we see it up and make sure that we have captured it? Lachlan, can you see it on the screen? Yeah, thank you. And that's what you intended? Yeah.
Yes.
That's what you intend, Ryan? Ewan?
Mayor Paul, Greg made the point about including the dates of the consultation. Is that right, Greg?
Yeah, I'd prefer that.
In here somewhere as well.
So where would you put the dates, please? Just where would you suggest we insert that?
6.
Roman numeral 6 after that.
And I think you could say, noting that the period of consultation will be 3 weeks from 22 March to 14 April 2022.
Your Worship, just from an administration point of view, does it make sense to have 2 Roman numerals 2s?
No, we'll renumber that.
Say again?
You've got 2 3s now, so you've got to renumber the whole lot there. Thanks. Thanks.
Greg, I had understood the consultation period was concluding 12 April, not 22 April.
Yeah, I checked that with the team this morning and was told 14. 22 March to, because the Monday is a public holiday, so 22 March to 14 April.
Is that right? Is that correct? Lachlan, is that correct? 23rd March, 22nd of March to 14th April?
Yes, that's right.
And I should just note that there's no public holidays in that period, so I think we had a bit of niggle last time because people seeking to provide submissions, it was over a holiday period, so there are no holidays in that period.
Right, so we're on board, we've got it clear. Any further questions, councillors? Any further questions on this one? If not, we'll move it. Right, so Councillor Ryan. Pardon? No, it's been moved.
I have a question.
Oh, hi Martin. Yeah, go Martin, sorry. Question?
Yeah, so basically, forgive me, this is coming back to the council before it's going out to public consultation. Is that right? I got that in terms of process?
That's correct.
And should anyone want to address the issue of some state integrated schools charging fees that mean that already working families would find it difficult to attend those schools, that could be addressed in the consultation process, because all integrated schools are definitely not equal from what I can see. I'm dealing with public good issues and public access, because there may be one school that has very little difference to an independent school, except it does get government subsidy through an integrated system.
Cool, thank you.
That's just a judgment, it's a value judgment I'm making, but very clearly if there are concerns about equity, I assume obviously, Your Worship, that obviously can be addressed through the submission process. So am I on the right page on that?
Well, look, if you're asking a question,
I can answer that question. The answer to that question is yes.
Yes, and if people don't perceive that as an issue, then obviously I, as an elected member, would respect that, of course.
That's correct.
Brilliant. Good to know. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. We will go to debate, if there is debate. As a mover, Ryan?
Just quickly, I think, we recognise that the opportunity to do the integration in DC was just a sensible like for like if there's community benefit, but I just didn't want to open up a can of worms and signal to the last 10 years of community halls that this is fair game, so I just want to make it pretty clear, and that's all really, pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody further? No, on point. We should vote. Should we? How do you want us to vote on the board? Yes. Okay, let's do it. We're voting on the board except for those at home, and there's bound to be something different for them. But they're raising their hands, or they do the tick? The tick? You're doing the... Well, both of mine lit up here. Do they? Do they have... Oh, okay. Done.
The motion is carried unanimously, noting that we have Councillor Gallagher and Councillor O'Leary voting via audio-visual link.
Thank you. All right. We're on to item 10 now, which is... No, we're not. We're on to item 9, which I was going to just skip all over the reform. Who wanted to talk about that? Item 9, the reform. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, we'll let the staff go through their presentation in totality. We'll take time for questions, and then we'll have a pause while we have a cup of tea, and then we'll go into debate. Right, thank you. And I have a copy of the motions that are circulating too, that we get to short at that point. Right.
Will you consider waters separate from future local government, given that there's two parts to this?
I was going to take the report as a whole.
Okay, that's fine. I've just got questions on both. So
yeah. And I think as a whole, Sean, would that?
Yeah, that's fine. All I was just going to say, I understood Bob with the
report, the recommendations relate to Three Waters, which Andrew is going to speak to. So just by way of introduction, if there are any questions on the other aspects of the report, I'm happy to sort of field those first of all, and then we can kind of move on to the waters item, which is
Okay, let's do
the
that.
substantive
Let's
part,
just
if that's
talk
okay.
about the non-waters part of this, and then we can get Andrew to talk about the waters part of this, and we'll come to the recommendations at some point when we've done all the. Is that fine? That works. All right. Over to you.
I'll just take the report as read and take questions.
Okay, so let's take questions, and this is on the non-water stuff, just to get that conversation had. Rob?
Yeah, look, I've got one question on the future of local government, and that was one of the clear messages from the September, and this is around our response, I guess, that we're working on, which is covered off in the report. One of the clear messages from the September report, to me, indicated a degree of mistrust and perceived poor performance that Wellington, both the bureaucrats and the politicians in Wellington generally have of local government. Are we addressing a response to that in the response back on that initial report?
We can do, and I think I think if I sort of a slightly broader sort of question, the relationship between local government and central government has been acknowledged as an issue or an opportunity by all parties, and so that is kind of signalled in that report. I think we will have a workshop with elected members coming up later this month, and I think we can tease that out. If that's something that this council wants to particularly give feedback on, then absolutely we can include that.
So there'll be an opportunity at that workshop
absolutely.
to provide some feedback?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. Mayor Paula?
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Any questions online? Angela.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just to clear up a bit of a confusion here, I'm finding two places in the report, and I scanned the bill. I certainly haven't read it in depth at all. And actually, just a thank you to staff. I know you wouldn't have had a lot of time to do that work, and I can see clearly from the report that it's been significant, so I appreciate that. Thank you. But just there's one part where we talk about a shareholders forum with 44 representatives, and then I note that there's a change in another part of the reform, or I picked it up in the bill, where there's now 22. It almost reads like there will be one representative from every council in our entity, which is 22 people sitting around the board table, plus whoever the other part of the iwi join that group as well. So I'm quite confused. Can you clear that up for me?
Yes, that's a question on the Three Waters entity, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry.
Councillor Angela?
Yeah.
So Andrew can answer that question, I think. We were just dealing with questions on the non-water stuff first of all.
Okay. Look, park me for later then, that's fine, because I've got one or two other questions as well. Sorry, I missed that bit.
That's okay, not a problem. All right. In terms of there being no further discussions on reform in general. Sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, it only came to me
in that moment.
In that moment. Sean, I don't think in my time in local government I've seen such intense reform. And I'm, from an administrational point of view, how sensible is it that we have these three significant changes sort of captured in one single report? Would it not make more sense that each of these items are an item in their own right and that each report is separate? Because looking at even the recommendation, I find incredibly confusing, not knowing which part of the reforms it's necessarily referring to. I accept from an administrational point of view, it's nice just to have the reform process response program. But would it not be easier to have individual items?
I guess we're responding to the previous conversations that we'd had sort of as the bigger group in terms of wanting to think that
about those reforms holistically. So it's not purely from an administration efficiency perspective. And I think, so some of the conversations we've had around RMA reform sort of bleed into the future of local government reform. As it has sort of transpired in this meeting, it's sort of for information on those two reform streams with sort of discussion and decision required on the Three Waters piece. We did want to have a placeholder in each council meeting for reform, and so that any relevant items on any of the individual reforms or the reform program more holistically could be brought to council. So it wasn't just about efficiency, it was just to try and address that that holistic nature of the reform as well.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just in your initial discussion, I know this is reasonably early, but I know how rapidly these things can escalate. What are the conversations with our neighbouring councils like on this? Are there any who are vehemently opposed? Are there any who are vehemently pro what's been proposed so far? How's it going?
I think there have been sort of conversations at a number of levels, so through the through Zone 2, for example. So neighbouring councils are doing some work on sort of a fact base around the future of local government. I think probably the shortest answer is most councils seem reasonably are raising similar issues to those that we are sort of seeing in terms of what some of those reforms and the impacts
for example,
they might have on local government. So, for example, some of the items that are around the resource management reform and some of the challenges we think that poses in terms of the roles of city councils and district councils. So that seems to be a fairly consistent theme across partners that we have spoken with.
Are we aware of, and I'm certainly not trying to be mischievous, but are we aware of some sort of hidden dragon hidden away that we're going to get if it follows the waters patterns, that there is a proposal all ready to go?
No, I'm...
You're not aware of it?
No.
So you're completely convinced of the genuineness of the consultation at this point?
I'm not aware of kind of hidden dragons. I mean, I can't sort of comment further than that, really.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Crouching tigers, maybe?
Yeah, well, it does seem to be much earlier in the local government consultation than where we came in with waters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just trying to perspectivise.
Because they're coming around the country again soon. And
yes, so in terms of that future for local government, the Commission are doing a sort of running a series of workshops or roadshows around the country. So I think they are due to come to Hamilton early March. So I think something has come out from the Mayor's office sort of flagging that to elected members, I believe, and so looking for an opportunity for all elected members to be able to take part in that discussion workshop. Yeah. I think from memory, I'm going to say 3rd of March, but I think
we very kindly moved the community meeting as a result of that, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, thanks, Sean. Andrew, tag team. Sorry, Max. Yeah.
That's right. I noted in my diary that LGNZ has invited councillors from across the country to a discussion tomorrow, and that perhaps Councillor Bunting might like to join that and I guess contact the secretary in order to be able to. Yes, it's for later in the day, 1 p.m. Yeah, thank you.
But to be fair, that they do run these really good information sessions, and it is worth dipping into if you really want to understand what's going on at the local government New Zealand level on the chatter. See how people.
To hear from other councillors around the country and judge the temperature, so to say.
All right, thank you, Andrew.
Well, good morning. What I'll do is just talk a little bit to the report, if that's okay, and perhaps some of the attachments. and also respond to Councillor O'Leary's question. There's been a little bit of change in information from central government since the last council meeting on water reform, which was 16 December, where council last resolved its position. But I will take most of the report as read. A couple of big attachments there too, so just apologies for that, but I thought they were really important to append so that you had access to all of the information. But they weren't critical reading, they were there for awareness and then a deep dive discussion if required. And the two attachments I was specifically referring to are attachment 2, the Three Waters Reform Representation, Governance, Accountability Government Working Group, and then attachment 3, which is the entirety of the exposure draft water services bill. But I will touch on components in those documents. The key things that I think need to be drawn to your attention is attachment 4, which is titled the Reform Transition Information Pack. So that's something that came out fairly recently. It's on page 321 in Diligent, if I've got that right. It looks like this. If you're only to look at 2 pages in that pack, I would suggest you look at the program page. So remember, this is a program from the transition units. It's not to do with the legislation and the reform program. This is just the transition unit within Department of Internal Affairs and their work stream going forward over the next 2.5 years. What page am I up? Let me just... I'm suffering from document management.
It is 324.
Thank you.
Diligent.
Thank you. So that sets out the program. The key one is the first solid orange line at the top, which they've called LEE. There is an acronym soup in all these documents. LEE is the local establishment entity, there's one of those for each of the currently proposed 4 water entities. So that's one of the very next tasks the transition unit's looking to do, is establish those local establishment entities. And you can see that on the very next page of that document, page 325. So on the left you have the National Transition Unit, NTU they call it, and local establishment entities. So they're looking to start setting those up pretty quickly going forward. So that's the transition pack that's just come out recently and is available on the website. The second matter I wanted to draw your attention to is the staff traffic light report that's in attachment 1. Now, so that assessment is solely against looking at the difference between the exposure draft and the position resolved by Council at its last meeting on the 16th of September. I accept it's subjective, it's just a staff assessment, but the point of doing the traffic light assessment was to give a broad indication where there may have been some shift or not. So it doesn't change the position, but it gives you a sense of what's moved. There are some items that don't get a traffic light and they just haven't been covered at all and not appropriate for legislation, but they're still, in my view, still should be live issues that need to be closed out. The opportunity today, and I do apologise for a late attachment that came out yesterday, is to file a submission to the ministerial appointed working group who are looking at the representation, governance and accountability requirements for the new entity. So that group is mandated to provide a report back to government by the end of this month. And the opportunity is to make a submission directly to that group before they put pen to paper. In terms of maximising the opportunity to influence, I suggest we need to act fairly quickly and file something, if not tomorrow, but early next week. So as staff, we've simply prepared a draft submission. Apart from the cover sheet and back sheet, it's really just a 1-page submission, but it reflects directly the resolved positions of Council on the 16th, but then pulls out some key highlights from that position for that working group to consider. If we don't, as a council, choose to take this submission opportunity, it doesn't diminish any of the normal future opportunities that come through select committee processes later on down the track, should the bill proceed. If I go directly to the question from Councillor O'Leary and refer to paragraphs 35 and 36 on page 34 of the staff report, those paragraphs pick out the most substantive shifts in the draft legislation. And Councillor O'Leary is absolutely right. One of the shifts was the base proposal was originally that the regional representation group had 6 councils on it and 6 mana whenua. And remember, in Entity B, there's a total of 22 councils. The shift is that all 22 councils are able to be on that regional representation group going forward, as drafted in the exposure draft. I would caution council though, because it's just an exposure draft, and I would expect there to be further changes. So things could move in or out of that draft bill. The important bill, of course, is the final draft that goes through the parliamentary process. So I'm happy to stop there and take questions. And I guess my first question is, Councillor O'Leary, did I address your question?
Yes, you did. So that's where the 2 numbers come in. So the 22 councils plus 50%, of course, is mana whenua, right? So that's 44 members sitting around a table making decisions on water.
That's
brilliant. I did read it right. Thank you.
You did read it right. That's exactly the exposure draft proposal.
And what's the number for a board? Not 1 to 11? Anyway, just one final question. And again, seriously, thank you for the work that's been done on this. It's incredible. Did we, after this, whatever you call it, I just use English and call it the legislation that's come out, or the bill, did we actually get from either the ministry or government a letter in response to our submission, alerting us to the bill? Did we get anything, or have we just been left to fend for ourselves? And what I would assume, staff working over the Christmas and summer holiday to get ready for this meeting on the 3rd.
I'll refer that question to James Clark, because I do believe something did come in through his office.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. We received a letter, not specifically when that exposure draft came out, but we did receive a letter in response to the feedback that we had sent in whenever it was, November. And I circulated that, I think, last week. It just gave a sort of interim update on what they were doing, really. There wasn't that much meat in there.
Yeah. So they've just left us to figure it all out and the changes and everything else. Okay. All right, I suspected that was the case. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. I guess that Andrew, because this is there's several steps with the exposure draft and the next set of select committee and so on. That is the reason why we should use all our might to influence the independent board. So that's what we're about today, right?
That's the staff
more
proposal. Guidance,
councillors, that you can give today. We shouldn't miss this opportunity to be vocal. Who have I got next? Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and yeah, thanks. That was one of my questions about the 44 table. Sorry, I've lost myself. There we go. Great. So should the board, this is the advisory board, I presume, that's been formed, say, listen, we don't agree with 4 entities, we want 18 entities. Is that a possibility? Is there any way of getting that on the table, or is that just gone?
My understanding from listening to the chair of the working group in Zoom meetings is he is open to any suggestion that any councillor wishes to put forward.
Because what I'm noticing in the thing you pointed to us earlier on about the setting up of stuff, it's all in that 4-entity model. It's all based on the assumption that there are 4 entities. So I'm feeling that there's a bit more unpicking to be done, should that be the underlying thrust from the councils.
Yeah, as staff, all we've done is reflect, test against the previously resolved position of council, and that's why we've brought the draft here today, so that council can have the debate and decide whether you wish to put something forward and then what it looks like.
Right.
But the chair of the working group has said that he is very open, so hence there's an opportunity. So they're not seeking formal submissions in the traditional sense, but they're saying if you want to make a submission and give me your view, here's an opportunity. My advice to you is we would need to strike fairly quickly as a council before they pick up the pen and start drafting their report and advice to the minister, because you know that's due on the 28th. You could imagine they need a good working draft by the middle of February. You start working backwards.
Right.
We do run out of time.
You've written your report based on our previous resolution.
Position, yes.
Okay, so
yes.
so those of us who sort of didn't like the 4-entity model as a starting point, we would need to actually get that into this submission.
Correct.
Right?
Yes. Which is why we've brought it here today.
And just for a matter of point, Councillor Bunting, there are 2 recommendations that capture that exactly in slightly different ways, but we can have some questions on those when the resolutions come up.
Yeah, I'll be interested.
But absolutely, I also spoke to the independent chair via Zoom, and I asked, just throwing the idea into the ether, I said, if Hamilton could work with Central North Island councils and come up with a really strong proposition that was effective and efficient, would you consider it? And he said yes, he will look at everything like that. Then one of the smaller councils said, well, we've got a scheme that is district, rural and iwi, and district, rural and iwi. So would you consider that? And he said no. So what I got from that was that they're not looking for business as usual, like, small coalitions of water groups. They're looking for a step change. So the question is, how do we deal with that step change? Where does it sit after the end of today when we've had all our questions, Mark?
Yeah, because my concern is, and I'll sort of state it and see if you can help me with it, is that that's one thing to talk to the group about that, but even in the correspondence we had from the minister, doubled down. Everything is basically, it's the 4-entity model, or the option is do nothing else.
I can't comment on comments made by ministers, but I can tell the process that's been set up is very clear.
Yeah.
The minister has created a formal ministerial appointed working group to look at governance
of the 4 entities,
accountability and representation, representation, governance, and accountability, and they must report back on the 28th of February.
So the chair was asked that directly on that Zoom call by the mayors, Mark?
Yeah, so it's...
The independent chair, Doug, was asked that directly by the mayors of the Metro Group, and was there any point, which is the question you were asking?
Yes.
And he said yes. So he is really open, and he said that every piece of paper and idea that comes across the board will be turned over and looked at. So
by them or by the minister?
By the independent board.
Yeah.
He takes his independence as a chairman of the board extremely seriously.
Yeah, and my concern is, with all due respect to the board, and that is the gap between that and the ministry, who seem hell-bent on the 4. Wow. Also, are we wasting our time? But hey,
all right.
Yeah, okay. Some more flotsam questions, if you might.
Yes.
When you say with your traffic light system addressed, so orange, red, green, etc. Does addressed mean that we are satisfied with how they answered, or if they said, yeah, we acknowledge your point, but get staffed, that's still addressed?
No. So firstly, it's a subjective assessment by staff, so I accept that there might be differences of views. And the traffic lights is not to say the issue's resolved and let's put it to one side and forget it. It's just to give people a sense of how things are tracking, and we might update these traffic lights as things move on. If it's green, we think it meets the position set out by Council on the 16th of December.
Have we got some greens in there?
There's a few.
Is there?
There are a few. And then amber, and so if I explain the traffic light, so red is we don't think the matter's been dealt with at all.
Right.
Green, we think it's been dealt with at a staff level to the satisfaction of the position resolved by Council.
That's what I'm asking.
Yep. And then amber is, has there been movement? So amber, but not enough movement to comply with the Council position. So it just gives you a sense of, yes, there's been some changes, but also gives you a sense of where there's a lot of extra movement required if we're to align with the 16th of December position.
Okay. All right. And you also said earlier on that by not submitting, it doesn't weaken our position, should we decide?
I don't think it weakens your position in terms of the formal process going forward.
Yeah.
This is my view. I think it does weaken your position if you choose not to have a voice, because this is an additional opportunity to try and influence a working group, and the door's open. But it's a council decision if you to make the submission and then the content of that submission.
Okay. Thank you. I've got some more questions hidden away somewhere, but I can't find them at the moment, so it's a big list, so I'll yield. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we look, what I intend to do, because actually most people have questions, is get through a couple of questions, maybe three questions each sort of thing, and then we will go around, but it gives everyone fairness to be heard then.
Totally right.
We can revisit. Next on my list, anyway, is Councillor Van Oosten, and then Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. And I wonder if we might be able to just go back to the point with regard to the Chair, Doug Martin. Prior to Christmas, there was an update that discussed that there would be a meeting held by the working group on the 28th of January. And at that meeting, along with some other matters, was to be discussed the alternate models that might be available to explore. Have we had any feedback, apart from the Mayor's discussion with the Chair, as to where that discussion has got to and where members of that working group may have pushed?
The very short answer is no. So what I have done, all the minutes and agenda for that working group are repeated onto the DIA website. And so I haven't checked this morning, but I did check last night. Only agendas and minutes up until Christmas were available. They had not loaded anything post-Christmas. So
I also checked to see if it was there and couldn't see anything. I also note in his update that there were to be weekly meetings during February to progress matters further, and so that they could also take account of other deliberations that were coming up. Is there an opportunity for us to get feedback from those meetings also, and mindful of the timeframes that we're really pushing up to the 28th of February, and the weekly meeting after the 28th of January looks like this week, Friday, ongoing, and given the lag in time to get that feedback, it doesn't give us an opportunity to really have an understanding of what those deliberations might be and how we might best influence.
We could include a request along those lines in the submission, because it hasn't been particularly helpful to have the lag that we're seeing in terms of the sharing of the agendas and minutes.
So, Andrew, it would be really helpful during this session. We don't have a whiteboard in here or anything, but because it is a council meeting, but it would be really helpful to somehow note and as being able to draw up the things that we've agreed to include.
Yeah, so if I may, I'm looking at Nigel Ward to keep a register of those additions, and then we can then look to update the submission based on those matters.
Yeah, and maybe we can have a summary of those things that we've agreed to potentially include before we do the full vote, so that we know what we're picking up or we're dropping off. Is that okay? Because I think that would be the right democratic process.
Jamboard, I think it is called these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Apologies to Martin on that one.
Martin.
Get a facilitator in. Please, spend the money.
I'm facilitating quite well today, Martin, so far. Thank you.
Look, I think, sorry about that distraction. And then finally, for now, my question was regard to some of the grey traffic lights that weren't resolved, and that you've commented might not be appropriate for the bill, and those were with most regard to some of the financial implications for council and the quite serious position that we'll be in terms of being able to move into that transition and beyond. If it's not appropriate to be discussed in the bill, where is our next opportunity to be raising these concerns and looking for consideration of those expenses to be reimbursed?
It's continued advocacy and interaction with both the ministry, DIA, and at a political level with the minister. So that the reason they're grey, they are absolutely live issues, and we're just seeing no movement on them, so they need to be progressed. So if the bill's not the right vehicle, at the moment there's no other process I can see, although things could change in the future. But in that gap at the moment, I think direct political advocacy would be very useful.
Okay. And you didn't see it appearing, I haven't looked entirely through the transition document, but there doesn't appear to be any financial considerations through that process?
No. That's simply a map and description of tasks. No, that doesn't consider the financials at all.
Okay, thank you for
But
now.
you've picked that up in your feedback, have you not? That whole,
The feedback is simply to restate the entire council position. So we're not redacting anything based on the traffic lights. The traffic lights is our interpretation of how things are moving. We're not.
Well, no, I just wanted assurances that our dissatisfaction with the funding and covering of costs is still a point in the submission.
There's all, yes, so the entire submission reflects it. I do believe there will be further opportunities around the funding when the DIA starts communicating processes around the better off and worse off package. If councillors recall those terms from previous meetings, so that's still all to come. But those issues shouldn't be lost.
Thanks. Any other questions, Max?
No, that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions, which I hope will fit into this regime. The first one is, I notice in the bill they talk about the entity finally being a body corporate. Is there any clarification of how that body corporate might work? And the reason I ask that question is that my experience with body corporates in a practical sense has been that they often don't own all the assets that they manage. And they tend to operate a little bit as a collective with a set of rules that those who are the owners, if you like, within the body corporate agree on, so that that group can actually deal collectively with the assets that the body corporate doesn't own. So I'm not sure whether this is intended to be a body corporate that's different to what you might see in a commercial, a commercial environment.
Is just not clear, but it is a shift from the previous position, and the submission we're suggesting says it needs to go a lot further to to the CCO type model that council debated in December. So there are a lot of questions around the meanings of some of the terms and phrases in the exposure draft. So I can't answer your question around what that body corporate.
So is that one of the areas that we need to submit on to the working group, because presumably they will want, well, I would expect, if they don't already realise it, it may be something that they need to investigate with government as to what they actually mean?
Yes, but the staff drafting, which we're completely open to change because it's a council-owned submission, the staff drafting in the submission says the rights of ownership, while significantly improved, so that's the reference to the body corporate, remain diluted from what they would have been if the entities operated under a conventional CCO business structure. So that's the position that council took in December.
But shouldn't we be asking for a bit more clarification as to what they actually mean by a body corporate?
This submission is structured around what the council wanted, not...
This was back in December.
That's right. But
we hadn't seen the bill then, had we?
But we can add those questions in terms of clarifying body corporate.
Okay. Well, subject to the rest of council
So
wanting...
all of these additional pieces of information we're requiring for government, for the board to consider, we should put on the list Nigel's making, and we'll have another look at it before we finally...
Yep.
So...
Okay.
Is everybody happy with that?
Yep, I'm happy with that. Second question is around paragraph 9B of the staff report, to comment on other and emerging matters. And I just wonder whether we are we have a narrow focus in what reporting we've got thus far, given that I understand there's a group of about a third of the total mayors around the country who have undertaken some professional work to look at alternatives to the reform, and whether or not we should be, in terms of getting a balanced view, seeing what information is actually coming from that and any other groups that might be out there that are working, whether they're working with or against the reform. I think that it would be useful, given that invitation is there, that we actually see some of the...
I agree. And that speaks directly to Councillor Van Oosten's question around the release of the material going to the working group.
Yeah.
There seems to be quite a lag at the moment. So whether that's simply accidental due to Christmas, I don't know. But there is a lag there. I think it would be very useful to see everything in closer to real time that's going through that group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say that I'm aware that the report going to the 24 councils, well, though there are 60 odd councils, but that particular report, the Castelia report and information, is now publicly available by request, but it is going to be released by press release either today or Friday. Friday is not very helpful for us, but I did try and find out whether it could be released to us, Jeff, after we had our conversation yesterday, because I haven't seen it. But that was from one of the mayors on the group. They were going to try and find out when that, and that's that group's set of models. But I'm also aware that other coalitions of council are doing having other thinking, and we may well have our thinking. So, yeah.
Okay. And my final question is, I noted there was a television poll that was conducted, and we got the results of that in the last week. It suggested 35% of those polled had no understanding at all about the water reform, what it meant, and couldn't give an answer as to whether they supported it or not. And I just wonder whether there's an opportunity. I know when we did the Waters Review 6 or 7 years ago, we had a website called Waikato Waters. And I just wonder whether there's an opportunity now that we should reinstate something similar, which is an opportunity to put up some really good facts, whether they oppose or support. And I'm talking here about facts, not about opinion, of the various views that are around, so that our community get the opportunity.
Okay, well, I think we've got the question, so let's get there.
Just giving the answer as well.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? I'm a politician.
Do you want to comment on that, Lance, in terms of what we can do?
I'll probably defer.
He's not the only one who does that.
I'll probably defer to Sean or Nigel and Andrew just about what information we have, facts, and what could be put up on our website. So, Nigel, are you over that?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Councillor. That is a real problem as we went into whatever form of consultation that we do.
Sorry, may I interrupt? Because there'll be people on Zoom who can't hear. Do you want to grab this chair?
We have just refreshed the website too, so aren't we in the process of making our website even more friendly to use? Lance? Sean? It's underway. Go, Nigel.
Yes, thank you. Yes, there is a lot of sort of varying points of view and different pieces of information that is coming from government and DIA as things change, which is causing some ambiguity and uncertainty even on the own DIA website. So over the last couple of weeks, I've been working with DIA and with some of our fellow councils to say we need a definitive piece of information that's very objective and fact-based that anyone can refer to, that just lays out the status, like exactly what's going on and is consistent. So that work's underway.
Okay, so we will get something like that waikatowaters.org.nz website that's kind of independent from council, but does put the various views up.
Not in terms of a specific Waikato one. I'm talking about this because this is a national reform. So the national legislative basis for reform and the facts behind it, that consistent material is what we're trying to get at the moment going into this year. And then we can choose to use that how we wish.
Is there a risk, though, that if we don't get that up and running sooner rather than later, or somebody gets it up and running sooner or later, there's going to be continued confusion out there?
Absolutely.
As this poll suggested.
Yes,
continued confusion amongst New Zealanders about what this water reform really means.
Okay, so I think the question has been explored. I think it's something we should pick up in debate quite strongly. And I think the message is clear to staff, and you've agreed that there is an issue here. So we need to give that some further thought. Communication is really critical.
Thanks. Thanks so much.
Any other questions,
No,
Rob?
that's me, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Andrew, just clarification from me on a couple of things. We've talked about the changes to the representation group of the 22 councils. And I noted in here that they now have powers to appoint members of the board and unappoint members of the board. What it was silent on, though, was how many members there would be on the board and if any board members would be appointed by other means, such as, Crown or I didn't find that anywhere.
I might have to come back to you on that. I haven't quite loaded the entire legislation into my head.
Yeah, I couldn't find the...
but it will take me a moment, just if I could come back in the break or...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I think there's another number of people who'd be interested also in the proportionality of representation. Hey, are we just one voice against a whole lot of rural and provincial, or are we a significant... I know, that's also part of what you're thinking, isn't it, Jeff?
Well, yeah, I mean, if there's 6 appointed by the representative regional group, say, or 4, but then another 4 Crown appointees or something, or 4 iwi representatives, it'd be nice to actually know, but I just couldn't find it. And it may well be there.
Right, we'll come back to that. Have you got questions on other matters?
Just one other question, thanks.
Okay.
So, Andrew, the exposure draft defines the numbers on the representative group, doesn't it?
Yes,
up to 22 councils and potentially up to 44 people?
Yes.
And it defines the roles and responsibilities of that group?
Yes. Well, yes, it does.
And it names the 22 councils which are part of that group?
Yes.
Okay. And it has given the entity a name, is that correct?
It has, yes. Could I may just clarify my previous answer?
Yep.
So, yes, you can have the representative group can have every council, but you don't have to.
You don't have to.
It's a band, so you have to have no fewer than 6, but you can have up to the full 22.
Yep.
So it's not a strict...
I get that.
Okay.
I get that. And it's given, the exposure draft has now given entity B a name, is that right?
It has.
What was that name again?
I only saw it yesterday.
It is called West Central. Let me find it.
Western Central Water Services Entity.
Yeah.
The... yeah. And the working group has to report back to the minister by February the 28th, is that right?
Correct.
So that's 25 days away.
Yes.
And they're going to need to have it written sometime before that, is that correct?
Yes.
So isn't it stretching credulity to suggest that this late in the piece, some changes emailed, suggested changes emailed through to us, from us to them, is going to make the slightest bit of difference?
I think we should be making a submission because other parties and other groups are making submissions. So if, all submissions, I suspect, will be given equal weight and equal credence.
So if we were to come up with an entity or a suggestion based on conversations that Mayor Paul has had of some central North Island councils, how seriously is that going to be taken at this late in the piece?
I can't speak for the group, but that's the terms of reference of the group, to look at the governance, accountability, and to receive feedback. So the opportunity is to provide some feedback, but I can't tell you what the group will do with it. But we know they've received feedback from a number of other councils and entities, and there's simply an opportunity for Hamilton City to have a view of the metro.
So if someone came up with a plan, do you think would they accept a plan drawn on the back of an envelope or something? Because, I mean, this is based on conversations that Mayor Paul has had. There's nothing more than that. So how...
That's not correct, but anyway, carry on with the rest of your...
Oh, have you got a big plan formulated?
No, but I know where you're heading with this one. There are in-depth conversations across the central North Island about what's possible, and that's one view. I personally think that we could get in deeper into those central North Island relationships. Tauranga and
before
Hamilton,
February the 20th.
Tauranga and Hamilton are going to make a strong metro case with 50% of the population. But carry on with your question. But yeah, it's not. It wouldn't be a scribble on the back of an envelope. It would be much more nuanced and informed by the work that we've been doing in smart growth, future proof, and a lot of other things.
So where is that work? Because we're talking about a submission here today. So where is that work you're talking about?
That work can be done if the.
So it's still in your head at this stage.
We're waiting on the Castelliad work too, aren't we?
Thank you.
Oh, is that your questions? Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. I've got some other questions, and I have a couple. So, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Porter, and thanks, Andrew. My first question is just from staff's perspectives, where are the biggest concerns still in terms of what's been proposed? And I guess supplementary to that, does the idea of up to 44 representatives ring some bells of concern?
So I have a slightly different perspective. So all the concerns in the submission and and council are taken as a given. And one of the things I'm looking at is, what happens next? So let's assume they're resolved. Agnostic of how they're resolved. Let's say something happens. What happens next? And when you start looking through the legislation, so in the transition arrangement, the leads are going to be set up, the local entities. But in the legislation, the next step, which is of interest to me, is, well, what's their first task? And legislation is to set the draft the Constitution. So I think those are the things that are of interest to me and that we'll be looking to bring back to the council, because it's those constitutions that start setting out voting rights, weighting of votes, all that sort of stuff. And I think they're of critical importance. At the moment, we've got a piece of legislation and we've got a position of council. The things that I'm interested in is, well, once we go beyond that, what's next? And so, definitely any obligations that are going to be placed on the local establishment entity. And I think there's a significant opportunity to influence in that politically. And then the other area is the transition provisions in the draft legislations, like how do you implement this should it happen, and so the implications of those transition arrangements. So those are the two things that are front of mind for me.
Yeah, Okay, thank you. And in terms of putting forward an alternative with, say, a central North Island alternative, working with Tauranga and Commissioner Tolley, I guess right now it's an idea, and what would you say we would, in order to be influential in terms of actually putting forward something more tangible to be considered, what do we need to do and in what time frame, in your view?
Well, to achieve that outcome, because I think it is possible as an outcome, but you need to interact politically. So you need political advocacy. You'd need to say that in this submission. You'd need to start working with those partner councils that you identify directly, and then and jointly interface back with the Minister's office and the DIA. That would put you in the best position possible. I still couldn't tell you what the outcome would be, but that's my view on how you would approach it.
Okay. And the time frame, in order to actually have any hope of influencing things at this stage, that's, I guess, echoing.
Yeah, it starts to if you went down that track, it starts now with this submission. Yeah. And then off the back of that submission, I would mobilise pretty quickly to look for political alignment with the partnering councils, and then establishing. I'd start at the top. It's a meeting with the minister. That would be my view.
Thank you. The very final thing at this stage is just Waikato Tainui. Where are they sitting in terms of what's been proposed and this proposal for a smaller central North Island entity? Because from what I can, from my view, their support for something like that would be pivotal.
So we take these council reports to every joint management agreement meeting with Waikato Tainui, and we have been doing that for the last year or so, maybe longer. I can't recall the date. They haven't shared, to my knowledge, a overall tribal position. Now, I think they've discussed things, but I'm not aware of them sharing an overall tribal position as yet. I did ask Muna to be available and whether there was a comment he could make in that space. I'm not sure if he's online.
What, Andrew?
He is. Muna, is there anything you want to add in relation to Councillor Thompson's question around the Waikato Tainui position on the reform proposal?
Just to say that Waikato Tainui are working through a process. They're still very much in the consultation phase with the wider iwi around the entity and the discussions around Three Waters. So they haven't got a firm position as to representation to entity B. And that's probably all I can say at this stage.
Okay. That's unfortunate. Thank you. All right.
Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mona.
Got another list. Just a couple of quick questions for me. In terms of the potential solution for the fact that we've noted the disconnect between the Three Waters reform with the RMA reform and local government reform, we've also noted more than once, quite often, the importance of spatial planning and having infrastructure investment lined up with the spatial planning that's being done locally, and in our case, future-proof Hamilton to Auckland and Hamilton Metro spatial plans. I've seen the potential solutions in your feedback. Do you think this sufficiently creates the right level of integration between the reforms? You're suggesting a couple of changes that you've derived from the cabinet minutes to support resource management planning, and also to provide stronger expectations for climate mitigation. And I see those in the solutions that have been suggested. Will this bring them more into a more integrated phase, or will they still be running parallel and apart?
I
That
don't,
makes sense.
Yeah,
Makes sense to me.
I understand the question. I don't know the answer because the various Crown agencies said to respond to that question, but it is an issue, and yes, we are raising it. I think this...
Is it possible, therefore, in our feedback, since we're gathering up additional bits of feedback, to make that point, which I remember some councillors making at the very beginning of the process, about integrating those reform processes more closely?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. For me, it's to make that integration, it goes way beyond the submission. There needs to be some open discussion and dialogue to achieve the level of integration I think is necessary.
Thank you. And I note we were partly successful in influencing the governance arrangements. We were unsatisfied with the amount of local voice, and we've been partially successful. What do you think we can do around the argument of proportional representation, so that we're not, just because metros have more skin in the game than a smaller council? That does concern me, that we could be sitting around the table with a lot of infrastructure to spend and lots of things to do around growth, and be one voice in a sea of provincial and rural councils. Not dismissing those councils, because they need to do what's right for them. We need to do what's right in a metro setting.
There's a number of options. One is to make a stronger statement in the submission around that
I think that's what
population-based representation, but notwithstanding that, if I go back to my comment on the exposure draft, there's still the constitution to be set up ultimately in the regional entities. So there are a number of opportunities to have that discussion, but starting it as early as possible, the better, in my view. And again, I think political advocacy would be key.
Okay.
But,
thank you.
Roughly.
Can we write that on the list?
Yes.
I'm in favour of strengthening that, but we'll see what my colleagues feel also around that. Who have I got next? Sorry, Councillor McPherson.
Mayor Paula, look, firstly I agree with your last point about strengthening that aspect. We could easily, in a group of 22 plus Uncle Tom Cobley and all, get swamped by the tin pot little councils around the place. There's a former regional council, a current regional council chair called them a while back. But I want to look at both those points under paragraph 36 as well, Andrew. You've got in the staff report, thanks. Where it says there's no specific, in Part A, no specific requirement for the entities to pre-engage with individual councils, that worries me, because in terms of setting long-term spending plans, infrastructure plans, without the you can't expect some central entity to necessarily know the details of which development's coming up in the stream, what negotiations we're doing about taking in surrounding areas into the city, HUGs effects, new district plan change effects. So I think that really needs to be beefed up, that there must be a specific requirement, not just a general BS words, partnering and engaging early. That's nothing.
So we're in question, so you're asking if that...
Yeah.
So,
well, bit like you, I'm saying where that needs to be beefed up too, I think,
I'm happy to do that.
Is there any, your thoughts on that too, about how we can really try and home in on that?
Because I agree with you in terms of the concern, as a growth practitioner, and we can take your comment and the sentiments from that paragraph, and we can beef that up in the submission and then bring that back.
The other one related to B.
Yes.
Is the entity going to be governed at all by the Local Government Act, which there's sort of some very specific requirements for consultation and with affected parties, and that this council would be an affected party. So I'm wondering whether we should be trying to grab some of the consultation requirements from the Local Government Act and say, guys, you've got to write them into the Act governing this as well, as a way of enforcing some stuff?
That's a good
That's
point.
good. Yep,
Yeah.
we can definitely do that.
Yeah,
But
and that's something that the government already owns, so it's not like it's coming from an opposition viewpoint. It's just saying your own practices elsewhere in this sector require it.
Yep.
Do them here.
Yep.
Sorry, in B, the placemaking things, with the linkage to growth and development and our planning priorities, is it possible that those requirements could be written in, even for specific council areas, into the constitution or articles of association or whatever is set up when they set up the new corporate entity? You know, it'll have a constitution. How much of that at the moment does it look like could be written in, or do we need to beef that area up too?
Beef it up. So, and that's, you know, so beyond the bill there is that constitution. So, you know, and the content of it I think is up for discussion as well. And I'm very happy to beef that up.
Because a way of getting a constitution that'll work for us is to have some specific requirements as opposed to just the general sort of motherhood and apple pie statements.
Yep.
And just a point on that, it says this, alongside the uncertainty of resource management reform, remains a significant risk to achieve the city's goals. Isn't it also a risk to achieve the government's goals of having allowing development, residential development to happen? And, you know, if we can't enforce Three Waters infrastructure and supply to happen at the time and in the areas that's needed, then the government's own growth programs are scuppered, not just our own.
It's a very good point.
Yes, so we should be strongly saying if you want to achieve in that area.
I've written it down.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Excellent. I want to take the other questions, but I'm also aware that people are feeling a bit uncomfortable. I think we might take a 5 or 10 minute stretch, bring a drink back. Toilet break.
I want to apologise to you for my tone in the questioning earlier. I guess the only point I was making was I felt the work really needed to be at this council meeting.
Yeah, no,
if there
that's
was
fine.
something.
We're not as far apart as all that, Jeff, and we are thinking today. That's not a problem. Morning tea. Let's have morning tea, and then let's come back for another round of questions, of which I'm sure there'll be questions upon questions. So let's make it half past to give ourselves a decent stretch.
Just one housekeeping matter. We actually need to get you 1 metre spaced because that's pretty much what we've decided upon. So I'll just get Mish and the team just to work with you during the break just on that.
Andrew, where is he? Oh, he's up there. Just regarding, obviously we talked about the 22 seats, the question around proportionality, I just want to make sure, is that covered off in our submission clarity around proportionality essentially for the asset base versus shareholding?
No, but that's one of the areas that we're going to strengthen and bring back.
Cool, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, my question relates to have we had any written confirmation from Chair Doug Martin that the business model of Three Waters is up for rediscussion or submissions?
Hamilton City hasn't, but the terms of reference for that group is available on the DIA website. And I'd have to just refresh myself to see if that point is specifically addressed in their terms of reference.
Would you mind doing that? Because that's particularly important for me.
Councillor Wilson, you'll see that Doug Martin's update in December, the final paragraph talks about that being a topic of discussion, specifically a topic of discussion, alternative models that the working party were to be addressing in that 28th of January meeting, and presumably ongoing discussions throughout their weekly meetings in February.
The reason I ask that is that flies in the face of the ministerial direction. Does it not?
Yes.
It contradicts some of the ministerial messaging, it does.
And so this is why, in my opinion, this is a crucial piece of information that I need and this chamber needs to have clarity on. My second question is and I just want to have a reconfirmation of something Councillor Maxine raised early on in the meeting, and that is it correct that despite the importance of minutes, their timeliness and accuracy, there has been no minutes of the meeting on the 28th of January?
Correct. Those minutes are not on the DIA website.
From your experience in local government, is that good practice?
I would expect there to be some delay, but on a matter such as significant as this reform, perhaps they should be there more promptly.
Yeah, boards don't always have to give interim minutes, but you're right, in terms of communication, it would have been useful.
Further to the Mayor's commentary, am I correct in understanding that it was an undertaking given by Chair Doug Martin that there would be minutes and that they would be circulated for the purpose of helping all those interested in being updated as to the activity of this working group?
I can't answer that question. We can find out.
I can't answer that, but their practice has been to release them. It's just been a timeliness issue from my perspective.
We'll follow that up.
So, Madam Chair, I'm happy to let other questions, but Andrew will come back to us with that.
Yeah, we will follow that up and see what we can find out.
Thank you.
Other questions that you...
Sorry, I have now got the full terms of reference document for that group. Is it easier to send that to you, or what's the best way to go?
I'm happy for a verbal confirmation from you that the official terms of reference does or does not enable review of the proposed business models as opposed to the agreed understanding being issues of governance and representation.
Matter of scope, we get you.
Okay.
So we'll come back
So
to
have you
that.
found that?
I know it will take me
Okay.
a bit to work through it.
Okay. Any further questions, Councillor Wilson? Okay.
No, thanks.
I don't know, who's seat 17? Is that you? Oh, sorry. Hi, Dave.
I've got the seat now. I'm waiting to see if the salary comes with it. Sorry, I did have an extra question, which a point that I'm wondering whether we, from Andrew's point of view, whether it's worth putting into the our response, and that is at the moment we're sort of dicking around with the size of the entity and the number of organisations in it, and we're sort of tinkering with stuff, knowing that local government reform is also coming up in the lift, not to mention RMA stuff and the regional plan that we were talking about yesterday. All of that's happening. Are we sort of just playing with things, and would it not be better to say, why don't you roll all of your reform things geographically into the same area? And we're doing all this future-proof work. Why not an enlarged unitary council covering the future-proof area or something bigger?
Yeah, there's a lot of merit in that. That's exactly what Blair and I were talking about at the break, and we can include that statement in the submission as well.
Yeah, because otherwise, if we have a water entity, and then we're just going to be just as badly off in terms of cross-boundary issues and things like that, not very far down the track at all. We'll have different entities for water, for regional policy statements, for general local government stuff. We're still not going to have synchronised that form of local government at all.
Yeah, I agree.
So we did talk about strengthening that.
Yes.
And just so in the break, how we'll pull all these things together, the additional information, is we will take all the questions as much as we can to get the understanding, and then the staff will type up all the feedback that we have provided.
Yep.
And we will go over that one more time with any questions for clarity, Dave. So if it doesn't appear there, then sing out at that point. We will probably have a lunch break to enable staff to pull all that stuff together, and then come back for our debate and deliberation when we have all strands in one place. Is that okay? Is that it, Councillor McPherson? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. My question is just in regard to community engagement on this issue. If we're to engage earlier before there is something firm that's come from the working group, I'm just keen to get a response from staff on that in terms of what that engagement could look like to ensure it's meaningful and
Sean, are you or Nigel able to help with that?
So the question is just how could we meaningfully engage with the community, I guess, earlier than what I understand we'd planned, which my understanding is that we're waiting for a little bit more certainty around what's being proposed. But if we wanted to engage earlier, what could that look like in terms of engagement to, meaningfully get community participation while still having some uncertainty?
Nigel can, but I just very briefly, I would say that, as you said, we are waiting on that. Thank you. We are waiting on that confirmed legislation, so that if we are consulting the public that we're consulting on what we know to be the proposed legislation. That would probably still be our position as to what we would recommend we do. If it was the council's desire to consult in advance of that, then we would, in theory, we could do something like that. It would take us a while to stand that up, and I think given the importance of the issue, we would probably need input from elected members in terms of developing what those questions look like and what we were trying to get to. But I would probably reiterate my sort of opening point that it would still be a recommendation that we wait until we understand what the legislation actually is, so that we don't get gazumped by, we might go out and ask questions about what we think will be the case, but then get gazumped by what the actual proposal is.
But Auckland Council has done some engagement on the issue already?
They have?
Yeah, okay. So, and did you feel that their engagement still, you know, regardless of whether there's some changes, would still be meaningful in terms of putting forward, I guess, a community perspective?
I might just ask Nigel to come in on that.
Auckland's consultation was only on a couple of aspects of the reform. It didn't provide a full overview of the reform program or ask about the wider reform. It just sort of focused on should Auckland have a greater say kind of thing. So it was a very small consultation that didn't engage on the wider reform. And I don't think that would be effective for us at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
So just on that, while you guys got your karaoke setup going on, Waimakariri had some pretty big consultation earlier on. Was that also too narrow to perhaps replicate? Because they did theirs months ago. We seem to be waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Is there any aspect from Waimakariri's that we could replicate if we wanted to get it out sooner?
I'm not familiar with exactly what they asked, to be honest.
Right.
I think the point that Sean made, I'm 100% agree with him that if we're going to engage on what reform might look like, we need to understand what that reform might look like, and given that changes are expected in the next weeks, then I think there's a difference between perhaps engaging to raise awareness of the reform program and consultation as asking for views on a particular thing. So I think there might be a middle ground perhaps as this develops.
Yeah, because there are those of us who might sort of think we're just waiting until we can flavour up our consultation enough to get the answer we're after, rather than just get it true. Do you like it or not? You know, to me that's what's most interesting. We just haven't asked the community, and I'm not satisfied that we are not trying to lace this thing as much as we possibly can. Why don't we just go straight out and say, do you like it from what you've heard so far or not? How hard would that be? And would that be useful?
Personally, I don't think it would be useful, if that's what you're asking at this stage.
Because they don't have enough information yet?
Because there isn't sufficient information to answer the questions that people might have about it. The things that we're submitting on today are obviously open to change.
Yeah.
So when we do have that, I think we're in a far better position to ask direct questions of people's views. At this point, we'd effectively be asking people, what are your views on what you've heard, as opposed to what are your views on what is happening.
Which is, you've just described polling. That's what they do. So why aren't we doing that?
Because you asked about consultation.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay.
And I think to consult properly, we need to have accurate information.
I would like to know what the community thinks of it. Can we please ask them simply and quickly?
If that's what council chooses to do, then that's a call for council.
Yeah.
I don't think we have enough information to consult effectively at this point.
Okay, I'm going there with that one. Okay, thanks, Nigel. Appreciate that. Question of you, Mayor Paula. The conversations you've had with the other mayors, and I heard quite an interesting idea coming up from you about maybe setting up a body with Tauranga, potentially Auckland, whatever it was. Is there a way of getting that on paper and into this submission?
I look at my resolution and note that I will be seeking formal response from them to whether they want to join in this. But I do know from our conversations, and actually it's not just loose conversations on the phone. I'm part of the Metro Sector meeting. I'm part of the Governance and Strategy meeting in Wellington. I've been on a number of appointed advisory groups. I've attended a lot of those Zoom things that Maxine was talking about before, and I've participated in broad conversations for months and months and months. I know there is a willingness, I know that for metros to work together to determine what's right for us. The case for rural and provincial is there. They have their own challenges, and we get that, and I don't want to speak for the rural and provincials and tell them what is right for them. But I do want to make sure what's right for Hamilton, and those are the nature of the conversations we've been having against, as we were talking earlier, and Blair may agree with this, against the backdrop of growth. Growth and the terrible, horrendous bow wave of cost that's coming our way for infrastructure. That's the elephant in the room here. We currently can't afford, and we're doing much better than most councils, we cannot afford the future needs.
So is there a way
So
of
that's
getting,
what we've been talking about.
Yeah, I get that. So is there a clear plan that you've got, or an idea that you've got that we could put into
the
this?
plan will come off the back of all those growth conversations, the future-proof, the work that we've been doing between Hamilton and Tauranga, and other conversations. It's not like there's never been conversation about this and it's just being plucked up in the last minute. There is a lot of work that underpins this, a lot of work that Blair's team's been doing with these councils for numbers of years, setting up for the future success of the Central North Island. I believe there is a political willingness, I certainly think there is a political willingness with Tauranga and Rotorua to have a more in-depth conversation about what it looks like. And as I say, also, we would be interested in looking at the report from the Councils for Local Democracy, because nobody, other than a few, know what that looks like at this point in time either.
So as Andrew sort of said, this is our chance to get that down. So is there a possibility of getting that clearly articulated in our submission?
Yep, I've got it here. When we get the resolution up, I hope it will meet your need. If it doesn't, we can.
Yeah, I'd be keen to see it. That'll be cool.
Yeah, we're just working through the feedback, and we will make sure in the break that when we come back after the break, the resolutions are there to be digested.
Yeah. Okay. Andrew, as I've said quite clearly right from the beginning, and I haven't seen anything to sway my opinion yet, but I've got an open mind. The 4-entity model, okay, it seems very well ingrained in everything that's come out, including, was it clause 3 of the, where was it, in here somewhere, that the whole purpose of this is to set up 4 entities, okay. How strongly would we have to come out of the blocks in the submission to say we oppose the notion of 4 entities?
Could I answer your question and Councillor Ewan's question at the same time?
Go ahead.
So I guess first to Councillor Wilson's point, you've picked up some inconsistencies in the documents would be my view. So the terms of reference doesn't explicitly include, the footprint of the entities and number of councils.
Right.
It doesn't. But that's inconsistent with some commentaries I've heard in discussions on Zooms. Also inconsistent with the very first set of minutes from the working group, 26th of November 2021, where they, in there, they say that they are looking at alternative models. And they cite examples of models, and it's not an exclusive list. It says including the Auckland CCO model, which is full asset owning, the Wellington Water model, which is non-asset owning shared
what we were
services,
looking at
a co-opt
last time.
model,
Yeah.
and the government proposed model.
Right.
So, the working group clearly through its own minutes is looking at some of the things we're talking about,
Yep.
but the terms of reference clearly don't provide for that. My advocacy would still be to have a voice and have a say, which I think goes to your question, Councillor Bunting.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sort of wondering, is it worth it? Because I'm looking at the Three Waters Reform Exposure Draft of Water Services Entities, Part 1, Clause 3, sets out the purpose of the bill. There are two purposes. One is to establish 4 water service entities to provide water services in New Zealand, and the second one is to provide for their objectives. So, pretty well corralled, isn't it?
Yeah, but again, this is an exposure draft, so it's got no status.
Right.
The draft you're interested in is the one that's called the draft bill.
Right.
Here's an opportunity to influence before that comes out.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No. Thanks. Yeah.
Worship, I don't want to jump in, but I have a question as a result of the answer that Andrew has kindly provided.
Yeah.
Andrew, thank you for that information, and it certainly confirms the inconsistency. Just a question of clarification in terms of status of decision-making. Could you confirm, despite the fact that Chair Doug Martin appears to be saying he is interested in hearing alternative models, he's not, nor is his committee, the decision-making entity. That is purely the minister, and one assumes that would be consistent with her own terms of reference.
That is my understanding. It's not a decision-making body. I'd have to read the terms of reference to get the terminology correct, but they're to provide a report and advice to the minister to enable government decision-making.
Minister reports to Cabinet.
Yes, the minister reports to Cabinet.
Thank you.
So here we go. I've just found it. The working group will be asked to provide a report and recommendations to the Minister of Local Government no later than 7 March 2022. Now, and this is the inconsistencies again, they're targeting the 28th of February.
Cool. Thank you.
Last question, if I might. The 24 councils, the other group, who's, getting together, they're putting out a report later on today with different recommendations. What's your cognizance of that? What's your awareness of?
I have no knowledge of it. I hear there's something coming out today, so I look forward to getting a copy and reading it.
I spoke to a couple of the mayors from that group yesterday, and they alerted me to the fact that because other people have asked for the information will come into the public realm, and therefore it's discoverable, and everyone can have it. So they were just working through the chairs to whether they could release that today or Friday. I don't know what Friday's, well, it's tomorrow, isn't it? So I'm not sure, but and it's not, it's not helpful because we don't know whether what they've got is very good and very helpful or not at this point in time. So definitely need to look at it. Yeah,
and I'm trying to work out how to not put all our eggs in the one basket.
Yeah, I have some confidence in the resolutions and our ability to bring the two different sets of resolutions closer in after lunch once all the questions are expended. Can we hold on to that thought and let's see what we can achieve?
Will we see the resolution?
Oh yes, you will see the resolutions. You will, absolutely. There's no point in putting up, what I think is often worse in these meetings is when we get a word here and a word here and a word here with resolutions all over the place. Motions. So we will work on those motions. They're there. They're drafted. Jeff has given me one. I have one, and we will have a look at them after the staff have picked up all the additional feedback that we have been provided for this morning, and then we'll have Fulham. We'll have another set of questions a little about the recommendations, the motions, so that we can agree on a set, and then we will have debate. So there's still a lot to go till we push the green button. Rob?
Yeah, look, I'm just not confident, excuse me, I'm just not confident at the moment that we've given you all the feedback, simply because we don't know what's going on with the group of 23 mayors, and so I'm just a little bit worried that while we want to give you feedback, we want to make sure it's as complete as possible. And I'm, talking with Nigel over the break, I'm aware that things, that the balls are in the air and they're changing day by day. Have you got some thoughts on how we can somehow make sure that we've got all the feedback at an appropriate time so that staff can give our best, give our best position in time for when the feedback is required? I hope I've explained that in the way that others would get some value from it. Yeah.
So this is the council meeting where this is the window that we've got to try and get a motion that encapsulates our need for further information to the best extent we can, Rob, because there is no other further opportunity. As Andrew said, the time is really tight. So I believe we use the time that we have today and we find out in the break as much as we can and bring it to the table before we make that final vote and decision. I don't think I can offer you anything better than that.
But there could be something really useful in the report that comes out from the other group.
And that's why we...
And while we may not necessarily jump ship and say we agree with everything that's there, there may be some elements in that report.
I think that's one point on which all councillors are agreed from our conversations in the corridor and tea room and so on, that we do want to look at that and we do want to propose potentially make other proposals. We don't want to dismiss their report. How far we take that will be a matter of debate, won't it? Information's information. It's good information. Well, I want to finish the questions and make sure that you've asked everything of our technical staff. I want to give them the time to round up everything that you've given to them, including the unanswered questions, to see what we can do about getting information back in a timely fashion. We're going to go then down into some other agenda items, have a lunch break, come back after lunch, hopefully with a few loose ends tied and in a better position. If not, Rob, we'll have to face that.
Because I'm concerned not about I'm concerned about the unasked questions.
Yeah.
And we haven't asked them because we might find tomorrow we've got a whole bunch more questions.
So hopefully with the resolutions we can keep them specific enough on the one hand to make our key points, but broad enough to encapsulate the need to take on board information that we don't have today. So that I just want to get the nuance about that right. But believe me, we won't be going to a vote or cramming a vote in before we've been able to discuss that matter.
Okay.
And as we can, we'll circulate iterations so we can think about them.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any other way forward, to be honest. So let's see if there are any other questions on any part of the water forum or Councillor Van Oosten. Captain
thank you. Look, Captain Van Oosten? Yeah. Aye.
I normally end up calling you that.
Yeah, I've never had that title before, but yay. Just with regard to that previous conversation with Councillor Pascoe, prior to Christmas and at the outset of the reform discussion, there was a group of council coming together to discuss items that were coming up and the development of the proposal and the information that was coming up from DIA. Is it intended to stand that group back up again? And might that be an opportunity to, after the analysis from the 24 councils?
You mean our subgroup?
Yes, yeah. For then, is that an opportunity for staff to make an analysis of the document that might be released today and report to that group and presuming that that group convenes before the 28th of February, there may be an opportunity to get back to the working party.
Well, sure, that can happen. I guess we don't want to leave any other councillor behind, but yeah, that could happen. Once you put your thinking together, Andrew, that could happen. It was a very useful.
From my perspective, yes. The group that was established last time had no decision-making rights or powers, and it initially started as a collection of the committee chairs, and then over time there were progressive add-ins, all by resolution, and then in the end it was all elected members. And another alternative is it just slots into one of the existing planned briefing.
We'll find
slots
space
if
to
there's a
make
space.
sure we see anything before it goes. That's what I can promise there. Yeah, I mean, this is such a critical issue that actually every one of us wanted to be across it. And that's a good thing. That's what we should be doing as a council. Okay, no further questions? Oh, yes.
Just in terms of clarifying timing and processes. Obviously, we've got this deadline of February the 28th, where the working group reports back to the Minister and then Cabinet. Is there not another opportunity come select committee time for proposals to be suggested to the select committee, well-organised proposals, well-thought-out proposals? Is that not another avenue?
Yeah.
Absolutely is. Absolutely.
So would it, instead of doing, because in my view we haven't done our homework, instead of coming up with something rushed now, very rushed, and I think probably lacking detail or that type of thing, would it not pay to actually sit down, to agree today to sit down with every council that we can, every relevant council, and come up with something coherent and strong and intelligent and well thought out, and argue it at that forum, at select committee time, because that's what I would propose.
I don't think it should be either or. I think we should be giving feedback about our dissatisfaction with the 4 entities and alternatives to look into. Don't forget that there's been work going on now for at least a year on this. There's been working parties galore on Zoom. We sat through many hours of those, didn't we, Rob? But also the Entity B councils, and that was something I instigated at local government conference, was for the Entity B councils to get together, and then that prevailed under the leadership of Mayor Holdham. That's another place to go back to have another conversation with. I don't think we need to have every I dotted and every T crossed. We know what we're looking for, and I think we need to make it quite clear to council government, that we should be open to other entities, and we have the wherewithal to provide them information about what they might look like. And as you're right, Jeff, and draw on whatever is around. Do you want to say anything else on that?
Yeah, my question was partly to Andrew as well.
Sorry, I was just talking to the Chief Executive. I think there's a lot of merit in the suggestion. Because there's a lot, to be able to debate and analyse all of these submissions is reliant on them all being released by the working group, and we've spent today talking about the timeliness of the release as well. So there are a number of just practical challenges. Just thinking through what, a process would be, for council to make the submission that we've been talking about today on all of the points we've been talking about today, which is really are the outcomes we're looking for from the reform. And then I think to your point, Deputy Mayor Taylor, then we can see how that lands in both the recommendations to the Minister and then to Cabinet, and how that's reflected in the draft legislation. And because I think what I've been suggesting to this council is you're most impactful if you're aligned with other councils, which is where I think you're going, because when you get to select committee stage, that's where you can demonstrate that impact through the alignment. So I think there's a lot of merit with that as an approach, and it also takes the pressure off in terms of rushing as well and the uncertainty of knowing whether we're going to actually get timely access to information.
I think we were pretty much agreeing on that in actual fact. Let's see what the resolutions will pick up.
Sure
the
about
intent. Pardon? No, not. Because what I'm saying is the resolutions will indicate to the board, and we're talking to the board, not the select committee at this point in time, they indicate that we are unsatisfied with the current proposal and we are seeking to put up different, more fit for purpose size of entities, etc., which, as I've agreed with Deputy Mayor Taylor, would include us looking at the information from that one group that the Councils for Local Democracy, and other ones, because you mentioned Wellington before, Andrew. Now, you're aware, I guess, that Wellington is working with their neighbours, right? So they've got another idea around the bottom of the North Island. South Island are having conversations with their neighbours. You know, West Coast is quite distinct from Nelson Marlborough, etc. So there's a lot that will be thrown up. I think the point is to open the door with this. That's what I believe we're trying to do today, is open the door to say to them, no, you haven't got it right. We think there could be other entities and scales that would work. We're going to work with these. We're going to consider this. And that's what we want you to hear. But that's how I see it. Councillor Thompson.
Used, Andrew, by your answer. So just to, can I paraphrase? So you said essentially that you think there's merit in putting in today's submission, but you said in terms of putting forward a much better formed proposal of alternative, it's better not to rush by having briefings and things, but putting something for the select committee. I just wasn't sure. It's kind of sounding like you were saying let's not rush, but then not rush what? I wasn't sure.
I was responding to the suggestion from Deputy Mayor that there's a big opportunity at select committee stage,
yeah.
and I think there is. And if you're looking, this is my personal view, if you're looking for impact, it would be through alignment with others, which I think was the core of the suggestion. So there are other ways to go about this. There's no right way. I think the key considerations are the submission today and getting that in with the key issues into the working group. What happens next is a matter for council, but one option is to wait and see when the disclosures made around other submissions to the working group, how they're reflected to the minister, how they're reflected to cabinet, how they reflect in the draft bill, and then do the work on any remaining substantive issues, which could be all the issues, or it could be a smaller list, I don't know, and do that in an aligned way.
So we are just signalling strongly in the submission to the board today that that's our intent. If we don't capture that with the motions after lunch, then we will talk again about it. Jeff, is that okay? If they don't land where they should.
Just, sorry, supplementary to that, in terms of the process suggested there, Andrew, would that actually allow us enough time, if we're waiting to see what comes out in the wash, would that even allow us enough time to put together something robust, or should we be immediately working on something with surrounding councils to have something robust regardless, just expecting the worst?
Well, we are.
Yeah. So my advocacy this morning was to start those conversations with the partner councils sooner rather than later.
Sorry, I thought you were twitching to say something there. Okay, so we've had good round of questions, and I think we're reasonably clear with the bits that are niggly to council and so on. So I'm going to adjourn that item to allow staff to gather up all their thoughts and for the motions to be, dealt with. And then when we come back, we'll have those ready to go. But rather, because it's not quite lunchtime, we've just had a break, I wondered if we might go to...
What motions go up before lunchtime?
Well, they're going to be influenced potentially by or not.
They may change, but
That's what I'm thinking.
Why can't we have, I mean, I've seen one of them, but I haven't.
Who's it? Oh, okay. Well, we can put them up as they are in there.
To actually see
Yep.
what the direction of travel is.
Look, I'm happy with that. Let's do that. Let's circulate it, knowing that we're still working around the detail, still trying to reach agreement as a council. I'm happy.
Could we also ask that governance just email that out to us so that
Yep.
it's
That's fine.
over the break?
Yeah, make sure it's up to date with the various iterations of whatever's been going on. Okay, cool. Can we adjourn that now? And we'll move to item 10, strategic risk and acceptance. And depending how long that takes, we'll go to lunch after that. So just for your information, Aaron, we'll be coming back to this after our lunch break. So just if that helps you plan your day. No, the waters. We're on to risk and management? Yeah. Strategic risk and management.
If it helps your worship, I'll move to the report.
Oh, that was quick. All right. Excellent.
We're on 10.
Yes. Yeah, item 10. Yes, item 10.
Yeah.
You got anything you want to highlight in particular, please, David?
I'd just like to just take the report as read, but just to give some context that this report has come through the Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee, that is a subcommittee of full council. Best practices to have this report also be aired in a forum with all elected members, so that you can feel some level of assurance of the efforts that are going in to keep our people and our community safe. I'll take the rest as read. Happy to take questions.
There is. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I got an email to talk to a monkey on a survey. I think they call it Survey Monkey. The emphasis is on monkey. I have requested a person-to-person real live interaction with a real live individual. Can you just tell where that fits in? Because obviously I realise strategic and risk correctly want to do further work with this governance team in terms of the skill base and training that we're required and suitable training.
We're happy to come and talk to you directly, Councillor Gallagher.
Well, no. I mean, you can talk to me directly, but what I'm addressing is what, as I understand, is happening is the level of skill and engagement we require from any governance team in this area.
Yes, so annually we like to take elected members through a workshop to update elected members on their responsibility as governors for knowledge of the obligations of governors under the Health and Safety at Work Act. And we're also trying to understand more from elected members what other support they would need. So we are using that Survey Monkey to do that. But as I say, I'm happy to come and have a one-on-one to have a chat.
There was one other part there too.
Putting aside the monkey, is there any other, if we're looking at best practice, other local authorities or similar organisations in terms of, elected member engagement, and I'm happy to go offline on this to the Chief Executive, do we have any sort of shining examples of what other local authorities are doing? And I'm not just detracting from the excellent work that this committee is doing under the external appointees as well.
Oh, we think we are a member of the CoLab, or Waikato LAS, that is a group of 12 councils, and we share ideas, and we believe that what we've got in place at the moment is best practice, including the implementation last year of the Safety Governance Leadership Group, of which is represented by some of our staff, union members, elected members, and Mangai. And so we think we're doing well, but we're wanting to learn more what elected members might want in addition. But I don't see any gaps in what we're doing.
And obviously compliments to the work that all of you are doing collectively. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Councillor Cash.
Thank you. I was looking at the attachment, the November report, in particular page 362 on diligent. and the increasing costs in terms of capital works and things. This was November, and it had over 4%, over 4% increase in costs over the past 12 months.
Sorry to interrupt you, but that's the next report, apparently. We're just doing the health and safety one.
Sorry. Yes, I'll speak.
Yeah, sorry, that's the next report.
Yeah. But you were in such good flow, now you have to do it all over again.
It's good practice.
Okay, so any other questions on
The safety and wellness report.
Yeah. Safety and wellness report.
We will be bringing this report to full council every 3 months.
Yeah, I've only got one question on that, and I guess that is with what's going on with COVID and the various iterations and so on. Are you confident that things are changing so fast? Are you confident that we're able to keep up with that? And
yeah, that's a big question because it spans a whole lot of things in terms of safety from a staff perspective, and what we're doing to keep the community safe. We're very comfortable that we're taking the appropriate steps to do that. COVID is obviously having an impact on our business, if you like, and Councillor Keisha's question is obviously going down that track in terms of surety of supply and the impact on our capital works program. We can talk a little bit about that in the next report, and we'll monitor that also through the Finance Committee and the annual plan in terms of anything else that we might like to do.
Okay.
So we'll carry on keeping elected members informed, and I think Mayor Paula, governance have set up, I think, like we had during the first lockdown, I think we've got some meetings starting next week, just so there's a exec team, elected member, Mangai catch up. We'll cancel if we don't need it, but you're right, things are changing pretty much day by day, and I see there was an announcement this morning about borders opening and that sort of thing too. So, we'll keep those going, and like I sent a written update out to you the other night. So David's team will be carrying on with. So if there's anything relevant, we'll get that through to you as soon as possible. I think the good news also is we talked a lot about DIA this morning and the waters reform, but DIA are doing quite a bit of work, and there's going to be some further guidance coming out to local government around critical worker status, such as like our people who work in the water treatment plants, and also our contractors who collect rubbish and those sorts of things. So when you think about if we have workforce issues, then with absenteeism, with sickness from COVID or people isolating, then obviously we need to be prepared for that, and so do our contractors. But we're doing a lot of work around that. DIA are doing a lot of work too, so they'll give us further guidance on that. And I'd have to say the local government family works well together. And Dan and his team, Dan Finn, are in daily contact with other organisations too. So we learn from each other. And Gavin Iron and I are very good mates now. We talk almost daily about COVID. So we're like Stadler and Waldorf over it. So
thank you, thank you. And just in respect to that, the final question from me is, I'm interested not only in the physical well-being, but just that mental well-being. A lot of what we read around COVID lingering longer and iterating in various forms has a very detrimental effect on people's emotional well-being. So I just want to make sure that we're doing all that we can there.
Thank you. Since you brought that up, actually, your update, which I really appreciated, on the effects of, in particular, the mandates. How that's affected our staff and the reaction. I noticed in your report you said, look, the response has been overwhelmingly positive with just a very tiny minority, anecdotally. My experience as a councillor, and I'm not sure about the others around the room, is that I've been nothing but hammered by people on this. So that's not similar to your experience on the mandates?
I think the experience on social media is probably different to experience actually on the coalface.
Right.
And as the information that we sent through the other night was that we had an initial flurry of, just in that sort of bedding in period where some people who may not have been vaccinated were disappointed they couldn't get into our facilities. That's dissipated markedly, but it's been vastly outweighed with positive comments we've had from numerous amounts of people, especially parents with children, that they feel that we've done the right thing and that they feel safe going to our facilities.
Okay.
And the good news is, I just heard from Leanne last night, the zoo actually had its highest January count ever, 20,000 people ever. Which is really good news.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Correct.
That's relevant. I think that's a vote.
Did you get them, the monkeys to fill out a survey for Martin while you were there? Is that, no, I guess what I'm asking is, because, we've received a fair bit of angst from not necessarily unvaccinated people, but people who had a problem with the mandate. Has that transferred over to the mood of the staff, or is it just sort of stopping it at an elected member level?
No, our staff have felt reassured that that councils had their backs, that elected members, and the staff felt reassured that we've had some outside help with some people from a security company helping with that, and that David's team and Dan's team and Kelvin Powell have provided all the training and what they need for this ever-changing situation. So I think, to me, it's, it sounds a bit cheesy, but it is the one team thing, and I think that's come through. And probably getting that positive feedback from the punters too has helped morale as well.
Right. Now, when we put the mandates in, you were suggesting that we would be looking at it in a few months, like the security arrangements would only be for a few months long. How is that looking?
We said we review that each month, as I said in that update the other night. Our view is to keep it there at the moment,
right,
and then we'll review that towards the end of February. Just to make sure. Obviously, just with the spectre of Omicron in our community, then we felt it was prudent to just hang on to those measures.
Right. Thanks, Lance. Appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Naidu, are you? Yeah.
What's it going to say? With the continuity plans that you guys have been working on, in terms of the wastewater plants and to keep business going pretty much, and then the guidelines from government about 10-day isolation and 10-day stand down, and how that would impact daily business. So Lance, you mentioned speaking to other councils and things. So is that the plan, that if everyone's not at work, do other councils pitch in? Like, is that being done in the background?
Correct. So Taituara, which is Society of Local Government Management, and also LGNZ, are looking at a whole bunch of things. So obviously, councils not just having to cope in isolation. Eva Lisa's team, and to be honest, all our teams have very good relationships with Waipa, Waikato, other councils, other metros in the Waikato and across New Zealand. So as I said, that family would help each other, and they are looking at, for some of those critical worker roles, can they have like hit squads and things like that? So if someone gets a bit short, then can someone, a technical person, go and help Waipa or whatever. So I think we're in a pretty good space. Eva Lisa's team have got their teams working in bubbles. We have got some very strict protocols around those. So I'm as confident as we can be, and we're adapting those continuity plans as better information comes to light from other areas pretty much on a weekly basis. So look, it won't be foolproof. We just don't know what's going to happen. There's a number of predictions and that sort of thing, but we are trying to cover every base that we can. And the good news probably is, compared to overseas, is that we're a highly vaccinated population. So hopefully, and I've got my fingers crossed that we don't have the amount of carnage that some other countries have had, and with supply chains and skill shortage issues.
And are we providing assistance to our community houses and things as well, or is it just core business sort of continuity plans?
Look, we share information, and and the community development team are in contact with all of those community groups and Jovi with the ethnic groups on a pretty much a weekly basis. As there's another family there, a strong family. And a lot of those groups work with the DHB, with council, with a whole bunch of different organisations. So, and where people or groups don't have the wherewithal, then we'll give them as much advice as possible or steer them into the right direction where they can get that professional advice.
Cool. And last thing, did central government provide us with rat testing for our staff, or do we have a supply secured?
I'll hand over to the rat catcher.
We placed an order, but for 1,600 of those, but they were otherwise diverted to the DHB. So we believe we'll be able to get access in a couple of weeks to some more tests. The guidance from the Ministry of Health is that's come out recently has been that those test kits are fundamentally to be used for critical and essential service workers to, if they are in isolation, to reduce the amount of time that they are in isolation. If they test negative, they can come back earlier, but it's not to be used as surveillance for all staff.
Critical would be our water treatment.
100%, 100%, and that's why we're trying to get hold of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, they would. Good question, thank you. So we'll, it's been no more questions. The recommendation is there, it's just to receive the report, therefore I'll move and... Oh, okay, brilliant. That's good. Good, it's been moved, it's been seconded. We'll go to the vote on the board. Huh? Oh, do you want to speak to it? Sorry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, the reason I do want to speak to this, and my good friend Cash asked a series of questions that I had wanted to ask about rats, and got the answers that I had assumed. And I guess I am, though, incredibly grateful for the great work Dave and Lance are doing, and the rest of the staff for this organisation. I felt and still feel that we should have, as an organisation, a number of rat tests available. I'm mindful that I don't want to add any more confusion today with hit squads, monkeys, and now rats, but they are a very useful tool. And I don't agree with the Ministry of Health that they must have the rat tests to assist analysing quarantine time of critical staff. That really should be the area of PCR tests because they have the higher accuracy. But the rat test is a very meaningful and helpful tool for an organisation to protect critical services. And so I think as an organisation we must do all possible to secure a meaningful supply of rat tests to protect the water infrastructure. I know we're already doing the A and the B team, but frequently what a rat test does give you is peace of mind if you wake up with a cough or a scratchy throat, and a quick test goes, hey, look, it's a cold. And we're all capable of still catching colds, as opposed to triggering a whole series of events. So my comment and my spiel is, team, keep trying to do all we can. There are a number of sources that you could look at, and I just encourage you to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Very quickly, thank you for the answers, Lance, on those tricky ones about the mandates, and I'm pleased to hear that you are reviewing it monthly. I think a lot of the themes that we're getting through those angst-ridden emails are about, is this permanent or is it being reviewed? So I think there'll be a lot of comfort in that. But I want to publicly say to David, the work you're doing is spectacular. We see the emails that come around. David addressing the staff and just making sure their emotional well-being's up, and I haven't seen it done better in my entire life of this sort of thing, and so just big ups to you on behalf of this table.
Thanks, Councillor Mark. It's a full team behind me, as you can imagine.
Totally.
So we're just doing the best that we can with whatever information we get.
Just take it. Take it.
Thank you.
Yeah, choice.
Yeah, no, I think we'd all join in that. Thanks, because you've kept us up to date very well, and we know we can just leave it in your capable hands. If there is anything that I can do as mayor to alert governance levels of government decision making about that risk, and I think Kesh made such a good point. You know, this isn't about workers coming in and doing a bit of admin sick. This is about our critical infrastructure, isn't it? It's about keeping our waste and water services going. So absolutely vital to, especially to a big city like this that relies on all of that. So if I can do anything to elevate that concern, please let me know. Will anyone else? We'll go to the vote on the board, please.
We'll need to go by hands.
Oh, we're going by hands now. Because we've all moved around the room.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Is Angela still online?
Yes, noting that Councillor O'Leary has voted via audiovisual link.
All right.
And still here.
Thank you. All right. Excellent. We'll do the next one and then we'll have our lunch break, because I don't think it's going to take more than 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour, do you think? Or is it?
2 minutes.
I'll move. If Deputy Mayor seconds. Kesh has one. Kesh has a. Kesh, you have a question? But you're standing between us and no, go for it.
I think Lance might have answered it already, but just with that escalating costs, human resource shortage, that entire spiel under that risk, number 7, would we be getting a more detailed sort of update when it comes annual plan time in terms of the capital works program and what this council's asking of staff?
Yes, that's the plan. So
Okay.
on the 17th of February, when we start talking about the annual plan in detail, you'll get an idea of not only the capital program as a whole, but individual projects and some challenges that we may have with the odd ones of those, and elected members will be able to wade through that and make some decisions.
Cool.
And to help Councillor Rob, the Finance Committee will be looking at the financials up until the end of November, I think, when we were just coming out of our 3.2 lockdown. So that'll show some of the financial effects on H3 and some of our visitor destinations and some of our other areas. There's sort of swings and roundabouts. I think Blair's consenting went up and some of the revenue in other areas went down. So and some of the expenses went up too. So we'll be able to talk about that in a bit more detail at that meeting. Tracy and I went through it yesterday.
Awesome. Yep. Yeah, deeming they've done that. Any other questions? If not, we'll go to the vote with a show of hands. All in favour? Opposed?
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor O'Leary has voted via audiovisual link.
To work on it. 1:30? No? 45 minutes? That is.
That allows for, while our staff are working on this, they're entitled, obviously, with their
absolutely.
own employment agreement, to have lunch as well.
Yeah, we can have a bit longer if you like.
I think in fairness to them.
Yeah. Let's make it 22. Oh, quarter to, an hour. Quarter to. There we go. We've got an hour. Enjoy.
Right, that's lovely. Well done.
45 minutes. thank you for all the good conversations and collegiality that's gone on over the break to try and reach points of agreement. We might not entirely converge, but I think we will have some real commonalities between us. So let's get the resolutions up, the motions up on the board. There is one from myself, seconded by Councillor Pascoe, and there is one from Deputy Mayor Taylor, seconded by Mark Bunting. I'm just saying you're the seconder, that's all. Okay. Can't see it from there. Right. Excuse me turning around a bit because I haven't got it on my screen here. I know. We almost still need to have be able to see the screen. Ah, thanks. Thanks. Okie doke. So, let me scroll. That one. Can we minimise the people in the... Oh, thanks. Huh? Oh, what's going on to us now?
Can you read that, Rob? Sorry, on here I can. Can you? Must have good eyesight.
I've lost it now. Where are we at?
You can push it, you can double tap it.
Oh, can you? Make it bigger. Oh.
Okay, bear with, as Miranda would say. Okay, there it is. So there's quite a lot in it. I might just read it through and read the other one through, and then you can ask questions of the movers and seconders as to the intent and have any questions around that, and then we'll get into some sort of debate. So the first one is receive the report, approving the draft submission, which is the late attachment. That's fairly straightforward, with the following addition of paragraph 5. Council disagrees the Entity B model proposed by Government will deliver the best outcomes. In particular, we are concerned that the proposed entity would not be able to sufficiently respond to the unique needs of growth metros such as Hamilton, and that an entity based on existing strategic relationships between the Waikato Bear Plenty Councils would be more appropriate. On this basis, we consider it critical that work continues on different models with entities of different sizes and makeups, which could still deliver scale while ensuring the entities cover more natural groupings of communities, rather than the potentially unwieldy super entities currently proposed. I think that's reasonably clear, right? The work must include a Central North Island Waikato and Bay of Plenty entity. We have had constructive discussions with a range of partners, in particular the Tauranga Commissioners, and believe there is a strong appetite for exploring alternative models such as this to deliver the outcome. Note that the Mayor is setting up an urgent meeting with Anne Tolley and senior ministers. Notes that the Mayor will write to the Waikato Bay of Plenty mayors to continue work on putting forward a case for the Central North Island entity. Looks forward to receiving the report on alternative models commissioned by the Communities for Local Democracy to consider whether and how what is proposed in that might benefit Hamilton. Are there any questions?
Your Worship, I've got a question procedurally.
Yeah.
In the use of the word models under E, could you just tell me exactly what you mean by that?
As I understand it, the Communities for Local Democracy have come up with some alternative models. Actually, so has Wellington. That will come out in a public report that we haven't been able to see today. And I agree with Jeff on the point that it would be really good to know to really delve into that and look what it offers. So that is covering off that. Hearsay has it that they're proposing something like 12 to 18 entities instead of 4. I haven't seen it, so I cannot confirm that, but I think we should have a jolly good look. In fact, it behoves us to look at all ideas out there, not just one or two.
Thank you. I just wanted to have clarity about what you were asking for.
Are you sure it's long enough?
I think I could add another paragraph. You know, Ryan loves it when I'm concise.
Oh, yes.
All right. Deputy Mayor Taylor, do you need to say anything about yours?
Are you taking questions on yours?
Yeah, take questions on mine.
Green flash.
Yeah, I can't always see straight away, Martin, but go.
No, just, and this, I might be being pedantic, I'm wondering if you would, where you say D notes that the Waikato will urgently write to all Waikato and Bay of Plenty mayors to continue work on putting forward the case for a central North Island entity, I would have a preference you bracketed, which basically said Waikato and or Bay of Plenty, because I assume you're being very precise, because central North Island can be Taranaki, Hawke's Bay. I mean, it's just being, so there's no ambiguity at all, but if you don't want to do that, that's fine.
My intention is to talk about Waikato to Tauranga and the councils within that. It's almost
Well,
like
I think, well, all I'm saying is you might want to, when you
Yeah.
say a case for a central North Island, you might want to just re-emphasise. That's all.
Okay, for case for a
Just in
Waikato
the
Bay of
in
Plenty,
brackets,
Waikato Bay of Plenty entity, would that make it much?
Yeah,
that-
yeah.
Andrew, that would still cover that Central North Island proposition?
Because basically, if I understand it, you're either looking at
You
a
happy, Sarah?
Waikato Bay of Plenty model, that's it. You're not ruling out if it was just Waikato. I'm not saying that's going to get legs, but because I just want to ensure that we have absolute differentiation between the current proposal, which is a mega Central North Island entity, extending to the Whanganui River.
I get you, that makes it very clear, so I'm happy.
Central North Island entity made up of the Waikato and Bay of Plenty.
I think that's fine. Any other questions on the intent or wording of mine? Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thank you. Questioning the motion I've seconded, but just wondering whether you've got evidence, Mayor Paula, to support that there is that committed interest within this region to have potentially the smaller entity which the motion is suggesting. That is, with Commissioner Tolley and maybe with some of the other Waikato councils, that they would be committed to look at some form of an amalgamated model for water.
Well, what I can confirm is that my conversations with Commissioner Tolley and others, when I was at local government conference, etc., and since, do confirm their interest to work across all matters relating to the pressure of growth, including water. And so I don't think they would throw their hands up with surprise at that statement. There would be a continuation of our natural work. Blair, if you take what I mean, what we've been talking about recently, we had this conversation in the room, in my chamber. I think that accurately reflects their willingness, would you say? He's nodding, so that's good. So I didn't make that up then. No, I'm pretty confident.
Is it, I mean, one of the strengths that the government currently has got is that, where this might have been tried in the past, it hasn't worked. And it would be really good to be going along with a motion like this, which might have the commitment of the other councils who might be affected, having a similar sort of motion in place. But I appreciate the difficulty in getting this done in the time frame that we've got.
Look, I don't think it's at all inconsistent, and I just asked Lance too, who was in the last meeting, it's not at all inconsistent with the discussions that we've been having across the Golden Triangle area with our partner councils. So I believe it will be a constructive debate to have going forward.
Yeah, and I think if you just look at the motion, it says to urgently write, so I'm sure that James will be having a late night tonight. So I think there's some indication of that, but then this is to go wider to a wider number of councils that we might not have actually spoken to in recent times.
Thank you.
And just in clarity to the recommendation, we are receiving alternative models from the Communities for Local Democracy and and pretty much any others So we'll look at all of them to see what delivers best outcomes for Hamilton. Sarah.
I was just wondering if I'm keen to strengthen slightly the paragraph D, because I think that we need a little bit more direction in terms of actually taking the next step to properly explore and put together some kind of proposal. And so James was just going to suggest some wording, but I'd be keen for you to consider it in terms of just strengthening it so we have a clearer path forward.
So long as it focuses on my actions and not the actions of others, I think that's fine. Yeah. James, have you got something?
I've just sent you to Andrew.
Okay, let's talk. Let's go through. Put that one on hold. Let's Jeff talk through anything that may not be understood by. Huh? Oh, okay. Let's take some more questions.
Okay. So in Paula land, like in your ideal world here, if this works, you're anticipating that you would get a response back from your letters, etc., and have something to the government by when, with this course of action. What's the ideal goal here?
This will inform our submission to the Select Committee. That's how I see it, which is what Andrew described earlier. Otherwise, it'd be too late, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. But look, at this point in time, I'm not discounting any other alternatives, as you can see.
Right. And, okay. Yeah, I was going to ask you about consultation, but I think Jeff will talk about that with our motion anyway.
Yeah, I haven't commented on consultation.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
It's in the... Are you asking a question or? Yes, yep.
So this urgent letter that's being written and this urgent meeting that's being organised, is that not to inform the submission on the 28th? Is that to support? Is that not supporting that at all? Is that not for that?
How do you mean? We'll be sending the clear message to the working group that we want other alternatives.
Oh, so it is for the submission on February the 28th?
It's just it won't necessarily be a fully worked up business case.
So you said it was for the Select Committee process?
I said the outcomes of the conversations and work we do with Tauranga would go to the Select Committee. That's the difference.
Okay, so just so I get it right, so you're trying to organise a meeting and you're writing to Anne Tolley and you're hoping that the results of that we'll be able to cobble something together in the next couple of weeks to meet the deadlines. Is that right?
You're good as a journalist with your words like cobble together. Well,
Andrew's kind of said we've probably only got a couple of weeks because working backwards from February the 28th, the working group wants to put something together.
What I'm saying with my recommendation is that we go to the working party and we say it's not fit for purpose, which I've been clearly explained, that we feel a Central North Island, Waikato Bay Plenty entity would be more fit for purpose, and we're still open to look at some of the ideas of other councils. And in my debate, you'll get a sense of why I feel that way, and you'll be able to vote accordingly. Any other questions for clarity?
Yeah, probably. Why have you jumped immediately to those couple of options? Because there may well be other options. If we're going to carefully and methodically come up with a plan to impress the Select Committee, why jump so quickly to two options? There may be other better options. The Central North Island may not be the best option, so why are we jumping straight into that? It sort of sparks
I'm not discounting the other options because E brings all the other options to the table too. And if one stacks up better than the other, if one's a compelling case, we'd be going for it, wouldn't we? We'd be supporting it. I'm open-minded on what may be the best result, but I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket of the 4 councils for local democracy, nor any other basket. I want to be able to do the work to see what's best for a Central North Island proposition.
Yeah, sorry, but it's just that you've put eggs in 2 baskets there, the Tauranga one and the Central North Island one, whereas our motion leaves open So that's what I'm just
Well,
wondering
you can
why
talk-
you're
you can
why
talk
you're
to your-
specifically doing
You
that.
can talk to your motion in a minute.
Okay.
I'm trying to be open enough to consider a report that we haven't been able to see, but may have some really good stuff in it, but also to make the point that we should be working across this growth area with a strong metro case. That's really my intent, but other people can speak to it in debate, and that was where that should happen. But you're going to, anything you need to say on yours, just in terms of explanation, and we'll take a few questions?
Yes, we don't bother making a hasty, ill-conceived submission to the working group on the draft exposure bill, start actively and formally engaging with other councils on finding alternatives, and consult with the public on where the Three Waters issue is at, and then submit a careful, well-thought-out, coherent plan to the select committee process.
Okay, cool. Well, they're quite further apart than we'd hoped, but that's fine.
They're well apart, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have debate. Can I ask some questions? Yeah, do.
Your first question is, we're talking about the select committee as being the next point of call, but from the discussion this morning, I was under the impression that the select committee was the last port of call, and that what we were trying to do today was to further submit to the working group so that the working group could influence the government to make changes before the bill is first read, and then it goes to the select committee.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So there is a step in front of, I think, the questions that the Deputy Mayor had of your motion. Am I correct in that? That there is an opportunity now to make changes.
I want to embrace that. The motion that we've put up attempts to put to the working group some viable alternatives and suggestions. Then
I can answer that. It wasn't he asking me about my motion?
I don't know. Were you asking me? Or
well, the question
I probably know more about our motion than Paula, I think.
Hang on, Jeff.
The question probably had two parts to it. One was the suggestion that the next point of call was the select committee.
That's right.
And I was seeking clarification as to whether that was correct or not, because that wasn't my understanding.
And that was the bit I was attempting to answer.
Well, can I answer it?
Well, you both can answer it if you like.
I mean,
feel free, Jeff.
Is it our motion that you're asking about, Rob, or Paula's motion?
Well, you've made the comments, Jeff, about the select committee, and I was just seeking clarification, and you made it on both Paula's motion and on yours, that the select committee was the next. Yes. What we were essentially going to prepare immediately going forward was a submission to the select committee.
Correct.
I had thought from the discussion this morning, and I may be wrong, that in fact what we were doing today was to make a submission through the working group to government so that they might change the bill that they previously haven't had read in Parliament yet, that they would make changes to that so that when they had the first reading of the bill, the select committee process would come after that.
Happy to answer. Yeah.
Well, is my understanding correct? Or
We're not into debate.
I'm just trying to get a word in.
Yeah. Okay.
So, if we had done our homework, you would have had, in today's agenda papers, you would have had a submission. You would have had a submission where this council has worked with other councils, come up with a plan. There's nothing there, Rob. We're still trying to hastily organise meetings. So the answer I'm giving you is, it's pointless, mate. It's too late, and so all we can do now is come up with something for the select committee process.
Please stop. You're getting into debate. What the question was around the steps in the process. That's what I heard. Andrew, once again, would you do us the favour, so that it doesn't become political, of explaining our opportunities for feedback in succession, in order? So first of all, right?
So there is an opportunity to submit to the working group now to influence that group as they prepare and then finalise their report, and then it goes through to the minister. There is also, I think, an opportunity in parallel to explore other opportunities with other councils and other mayors. But at the moment, in terms of the processes the DIA have articulated, the next opportunity is the very formal opportunity, which will be that select committee process. So in working with other councils now, you prepare yourself. So we still don't know what the draft bill will say, but I think it would be a good use of time to prepare for that coalition, whatever that looks like. Is that helpful?
So we do have a number of touchstones with the working group, with government through direct political intervention, and with the select committee. That's the point, right? So that clarifies what you're saying.
Yeah, so perhaps if I could ask Andrew just on that, in terms of you and your staff working at the coalface on this, are you optimistic that there is an opportunity to advance through the working group to affect or to influence government in making some changes before the bill gets its first reading?
We're starting to get into original question. Point of order, sorry, Rob. We're starting to...
What's the point of order?
Some questions of the motion.
I'm sorry, what is the point of order?
The point of order is we've had our time for questions. This is asking questions of the motion. This is more asking staff...
Yeah, it's a legitimate question about process.
Thank you, yeah. Sorry about my clumsiness. But yeah, I think we've kind of passed that point, Rob, with respect.
We're going to move on, because otherwise I do believe we're going to go round in circles. We have an emotion. There's a lot of emotion around this. There's a motion and an amendment. Mine's the motion's in order. Mine's the motion. Okay. And yours is the amendment. Okay. So we will debate those. Oh, sorry, Cash. Did I not see you? Apologies.
She's forgotten what the question was.
No, I don't remember. Question for clarity. I might have missed this during question time, sorry. The amendment talks about, consultation with the public. Just for my understanding, was consultation happening anyway? Or would this just bring it forward? Or were we ever planning to consult?
Just asking Andrew, I think we already have a resolution on consultation from prior to Christmas. I'll just clarify that.
I just can't recall if there was a resolution. I have to look it up. But certainly the report prior to Christmas talked about consultation.
Yeah.
And what it said was the consultation would be structured around the draft bill once we had visibility of that.
So is this saying the consultation would be around the exposure draft, not the...
Sorry, I would have to refer that question to Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, Jeff. Is this saying that we're going to consult on the exposure draft, not the draft?
Yes, it is, yes, to give the public a chance
to say something now, and it would be more of a polling thing, which is...
No, I think it would be a good opportunity because we've got a full exposure bill in front of them. This issue has been out there for a long time now. After all, they've got to the stage of naming the entity. So I think it's...
Okay, and just for note, my expectation is we'd be doing that. I thought it was already picked up, so I don't have any point of difference with Jeff on that one.
Would you like to add it?
Yeah, would you add
More than
it?
happy to add it. If we're talking about the exposure draft. How does the seconder of my group feel?
Before you do that, can we just check the resolutions? Because I'm pretty certain there was a resolution around consultation in December. So if we get Andrew or Amy to have a look at that.
Yeah, I thought there was, but
well, where is it?
Jill, just take a pause while we sort that little glitch out. No, but we could be here for pizza.
Can I ask one more question while we're checking that?
Absolutely.
Please.
Yes.
Just, I'm looking at both the motion and the amendment, and there's some similarities, but not really. So, Mayor Paula, with C and D, you're talking about specific areas and mayors that you'll be talking to and writing to, whereas Deputy Mayor Jeff says we'll be doing that with everybody. Is there a specific reason that yours
Can you
is so
scroll down
specific?
to the other one, please? To Jeff's, I just want to understand the difference. Any other relevant councils? I think that there's very little difference because I fully intend to take on board whatever we can find out, to be honest, and to work with other councils. My preference, as you'll see in my debate, is Central Northern. Yes, Sean.
Sorry, Mayor Paul, if it's helpful, I believe that, and I noticed the exact wording, I think the difference was the discussion and resolution last time was to consult after the bill was out. And what the Mayor is proposing is to consult now, essentially, on the draft exposure bill. So that is the difference.
Okay. We could take resolutions in parts, couldn't we? If some people had a view towards consultation. Yes, we could. But then again, we could take it in parts if you were wanting to be collegial. So what should we do that?
Oh, sorry.
And then you can have a separate view on consultation versus the.
You're talking to me, right?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I thought you were looking that way. No, I was just trying to work out in my head, if we're consulting now, what would the results of that consultation feed into?
Into our submission to the Select Committee process.
Select Committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because as it is, the consultation after the bills come out will be much later and, in fact, will be for the Select Committee process, really, would it not?
It still inform the select, both would inform the select committee.
Yeah. I just think it's high time the public had a say now.
Got you. All right.
So would you be prepared to take that in part in your resolution?
Oh, it's just part of our resolution.
Okay. Well, well, it is what it is. I'm actually assuming that we will do consultation with the public before select committee. That's absolutely vital.
That's been resolved.
Yeah, that's happening anyway.
I know. So let's go. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Oh, yeah, question, Maxie?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, excuse me, councillors.
Thank you. Would there be any risk in public fatigue if they were receiving a request for consultation at this early stage prior to the bill and then again once the bill has been released?
I can't answer that.
I think that is a risk, and Sean might want to elaborate.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the line of questioning that we had earlier before lunch in terms of, I guess our recommendation was that we would wait until the bill was out to consult so we knew exactly what questions we were asking.
You've got a current resolution from December
alternative
to
is that we go out with something
once you've got the select committee.
So we're
So you'd have to revoke that.
So you'd either, as it stands, you would have to do both. If you've got a standing resolution that staff is supposed to undertake. So you need to revise.
And that we wouldn't be consulting twice, but just the once?
I guess the risk is we don't know then what would be in the bill. And so it may be that the council would need some further views from the community, perhaps. So potentially you could
So councillors, we've got to be careful with the process here. I'm just talking to Mish because we actually have a resolution determined by council already. If you make this additional decision, from what I understand, that would then be additional to the other consultation. So you'd do two lots of consultation, just so you know. Otherwise, we'd have to revoke the previous decision to do it at that later stage when the draft. That's the advice?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have to go through the revocation process now.
No.
But you'd need to.
We'd need to go back and revoke that other previous decision, but not necessarily right now today. So. just to confuse things even more. Right, I think it's Councillor Thompson, you've got.
Sean, you were talking about risks around, say, having to consult twice and things, but what's the minimum time between when the government can put up the bill and when it can, I guess, go to select committee? Is there a risk that they only give 4 weeks? And
Probably Andrew to talk about the time between those two things.
I can't answer that. I'd have to, I'm just not that familiar with statutory process in terms of what the minimum is. Yeah, sorry, I'm just not an expert on that. I'd have to come back to you offline.
Okay, we're all clear what is being proposed here, so we're going to go into the debate stage and see where it takes us. So we'll get the movers, but we'll do it at the same time. So we'll get both movers to speak first and then other speakers after. So it's me first. So look, just to remind people, not one single councillor around this table, not one, was comfortable with the model that government put forward. So I do welcome the changes and improvements we've influenced with early feedback. Do they go far enough? No, not by a long shot. I think we are still being shoehorned into a model that I'm not convinced will work for a high-growth city like Hamilton. I don't believe that Entity B currently proposed is right for Hamilton, and that's what my focus is on, what is best for our city. I want much more work done covering different models, which would still deliver scale. I want to see a fundamental issue addressed, and that is, how does water reform fit with the other reforms on the table? We've all mentioned that. Right now, the tail is wagging the dog, and that's fundamentally wrong. I note the call to join up with the councils for local democracy, and I commend the group on being formed, but I'm struggling all the while to see the commonalities with the issues of Hamilton. This grouping represents 24 out of 67 councils, well less than half, and most of them are very small in places like the west coast of New Zealand. And in fact, the only metro representatives are Christchurch and Whangarei. The group's own website, which I looked at last night, interestingly, talks about the voice of provincial New Zealand being diluted. And that's not what I'm about. I don't want to comment on what's right for other parts of New Zealand, the South Island or the far north, but we are a strong metro council. We, between us and Tauranga, have 50% of the population. We have some of the biggest amounts of growth, and we must do what's right. The state of our water infrastructure, comparable to those other councils, is quite different. Some of them are literally struggling to deliver good water to their communities. In other words, to get things like E. coli out of their drinking water supplies. That is not the case here for Hamilton. I would be hard pushed to see how Hamilton, using Hamilton resources to further the concerns of any rural and provincial council, can provide value to us. In fact, I don't think we should be commenting on what's right and what's good for them. I think they have ideas that will work for their own communities. But I'm not closed-minded. We shouldn't be closed-minded. In fact, you know, from where we started talking a number of months ago, I have shifted in some of my thinking. I need to be open to what alternative models I think will be best. In 2/3 of New Zealand's population in the Golden Triangle, remember? And they're taking the same approach that we are. That is largely directly engaging with government. Like us, they've chosen to influence inside the tent, not wave banners outside of the tent. And I've spoken with many of them and had many, many calls and meetings with the other mayors who have chosen not to take the approach of the 24. I will just finish. I'm heartened with the approach. I want to make a comment on consultation. I can understand why councillors formally want to hear people. Now, frankly, I would be amazed if all of us haven't received lots of feedback. I certainly have. Finally, I'm heartened by the encouraging comments around the table about engaging with Auckland, Tauranga, high growth councils to ensure that high growth issues are reflected in any structure. This is my priority. I'm open to a range of ideas, really looking forward to see what the councils for local democracy do release publicly tomorrow, because I have no clue of it at the moment. And I'll be open. They may have some really good ideas, but we should also be setting ourselves up for future success as a strong central North Island. Thanks. Jeff.
What we're suggesting is doing what we should have been doing for 5 or 6 months, and that's looking at alternatives to the government's 4 mega entity. Instead, this council has been embedded with the government's 4 entity model. We've lost a valuable lot of time when we could have had an open mind. And as a result, what's the motion, I'm afraid, is an embarrassing face-saving exercise. It contains various urgent letters to write and urgent meetings to hold, presumably to scramble some information together for the February 28th working group. Have you asked yourself why we're scrambling? What really is our alternative plan? Where is it? It's in the ether. The motion contains ideas caught on the fly, as they were passing, such as Tauranga or latching onto a central North Island entity. We don't even know if these are the best options because the work hasn't been done. I don't think it's in the best interests of the city to submit a hasty, half-cocked submission. Let's save our ammunition and do it properly. Select committee time. This is too little too late. And I have to remind you that on 2 previous occasions, a group of elected members has asked this council to abandon the 4-entity model and look elsewhere. And this council refused, each time by 7 to 6. That's why we are where we are now. I welcome the flip-flop, but there's no reason now for us to try and make up time with a hasty submission. Let's do it properly. The battlefield now has to be the select committee process. The motion recommends we do that. We have serious conversations with everyone we can, no fixed ideas, without being hampered by our attachment to the 4-entity model anymore. And we do it properly. Casual conversations between mayors isn't going to cut it. And also, at long last, we consult with our community who have been kept in the dark until now. The exposure draft of the bill has even named the entity which would subsume our assets. I find it incredibly insulting when only 200 people in our city have had a say on this issue at all. The government and us haven't had the decency to consult our residents, and yet they've named the damn thing. So let's do what we should have done already and talk to our people about it. So 2 things: sit down with councils for local democracy to see what they've got to offer. I've heard them slammed for being a bunch of southern councils. I've heard them slammed for being a bunch of northern councils. I've heard them slammed for not being metro. Well, sorry, Christchurch is part of it. If Hamilton was part of it, that's pretty metro to me. And if it doesn't suit us, no harm done. But let's have the conversation. Let's do what we should have done some time ago. Let's work with the other councils to investigate other options properly and present them passionately and intelligently to the government. Let's start leading in the space as we should have been from the start.
Thank you. Any further debate? Who's seat 17? Oh. Dave, seat 17, yeah?
Thanks. I wasn't going to go next, but I couldn't let a silence like that go astray. Look, I do want to reinforce some of the points that Mayor Paula has said, and also comment on some of the points Jeff has said. Our interests in this council are in the Golden Triangle, the growth councils, the northern area. By north, I mean northern third of this country. Like Paula, I'm happy that the rats and mice councils, that's my words, look out for their interests. And some of them will be in common with ours. Some of them are clearly not in common with ours. They do have, in many cases, different issues. And I might point out Christchurch and its water have got several different issues from us that are quite local to them. And I know that they're worried, for instance, about putting fluoride into their water, being forced to under this current situation. That's not an issue that's alive here. Our interests are in working with councils which have common interests with us, or the most common interest with us. Before the government's Three Waters exercise, we were already working with surrounding councils. By surrounding, I don't just mean future-proof. Rotorua, for instance, was a council that we were actively working with towards joining a water entity. We've been talking about a larger water entity before it was a dream in the Ngāi Mahuta's sort of nightmares. That's been something that we've been doing a lot of work on for a while. We've been arguing about some of the elements of that, but there's been agreement around this table for 4 or 5 councils in a row that we need to be looking at a bigger entity and playing a leading role in that. Our plans are not, as Jeff said, in the ether. They're plans that have been down on paper, lots of work done by us, led in many cases, but not always by our staff. There's been no flip-flop or other intemperate language. This is just an enhancement and a development of work we've been doing long before the government got involved. So I think we should keep on with that course. We should keep working with our surrounding councils, with the growth councils that we've got a clear commonality of interest with. It's obvious to blind Freddie that no one, whether they're the public in Hamilton or small councils or growth councils, is happy with the outcome that's proposed at the moment. But in terms of putting forward a coherent alternative, what we need to do is work with the most likely councils, and that includes the ones around us and the Bay of Plenty councils and some of the 1 or 2 of the other growth ones, in my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Councillor O'Leary was next.
I just have to get everything sorted out here. Thank you, Mayor Southgate. I am, no surprise, going to be supporting the amendment. Look, the government has proven time and time again through this whole process that they're not listening, but, you know, good on those of you who are supporting the motion for trying, with yet again what I think is just more feedback, but, you know, believing that their ears will open despite all evidence in the contrary is a hell of a leap of faith, because all the actions that this government's taken so far have shown me that they're on a one-way mission, and more words and more letters and more meetings is not going to stop them. That's what I see the motion as being: more words, more letters and more meetings. Regardless of the fact that, as I have just said, nothing to date in our feedback or engaging with the government has proven otherwise. And I think it's madness, and I think the council's failed its residents and ratepayers. We should have joined, in my opinion, early with those councils who were brave enough to speak up and stand up for their residents, but we missed the opportunity. But hopefully, if we're lucky and the amendment goes through, which I'm doubtful it will, they might let us join their battle at this stage. Now, the motion doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't speak to consultation. Yes, the previous decision does, but not correctly. The previous decision on consultation talks about framing that consultation around the results of this bill. But that's not what I want. And that's framing questions out. That's not true consultation to the public. In essence, it's saying, okay, so this is a fait accompli. How do you feel about this in the bill or that in the bill? That's not asking our people how they feel about it. That's not asking them the real question, which is fairly straightforward in my view. The government's taking control of the city water assets off council and will be delivering the services to you in the future. You and your elected members will have no meaningful way to have any input whatsoever. How do you feel about that? That's the consultation, honest and true and transparent consultation without framing the questions that the amendment seeks to ask. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, I think one of the big differences between the two is whether or not we put a submission in today. And I really can't see the benefit of just throwing out all the work that our staff have done and not saying anything to this working group. If you look at the submission, it's quite concise. It sets out clear issues that we see with the current proposal that haven't been resolved. And I really can't see any problem with putting that in today. And in my view, it would be to our detriment to just throw that to the wayside. So I'm struggling to support the amendment really for that reason. And in terms of just a message, I guess, to Mayor Paula and the work that you're doing with talking with the Tauranga and other councils, I am very keen for our council to aggressively pursue other options with other councils, but I would like to be kept, I'd like this council to be regularly updated on those conversations, because I think it's an incredibly important issue to all of us. So the more that can come in front of us, the better. And I do think also that we need to put forward we need to develop a proposal with some details and nuts and bolts where we can say we've legitimately thought this through rather than it just being a concept. So I think that's really critical over the next few weeks. In terms of consultation, I would have been comfortable with bringing it in earlier. I don't know if there's still the option to bring that into the motion. I do have a concern that the amount of time between the draft bill coming out and then the select committee process could be quite short, and that's a risk in itself. So, but that would be up to the mover and seconder if it's not too late at this stage. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And look, I'm supporting the motion, but only by a whisker. I think you're right in saying that there isn't a councillor around this table who doesn't support water reform. But how many times do we have to tell the government no to the model that they are foisting upon us? The model is, and almost everyone around the country is suggesting that the model is not the model that would best work for the country. I think our decision, if you like, to stay in the tent and work and collaborate with government has worked thus far. We're seeing, albeit very, very slowly, we're seeing some changes come through. So I think it's quite wrong to suggest, as I read in some media and social media comments, that Hamilton is in a weak position over this. There is certainly no evidence to support that weak decision. But I am concerned as time progresses that the government is not responding to the wishes of councils and indeed to the wishes of New Zealanders. The TV1 poll in the last week indicated that 81% of New Zealanders who were polled either were against the water reforms or didn't know enough about it to make a comment, meaning only 19% of New Zealanders were confident enough to say that they supported the changes. So I think the government must be, if the government's reading the market correctly, they must be ready and accept that some changes need to be made. And in my mind, this is the last chance government has to make a substantial change position. I think the motion goes away to us waving a red flag, indicating irritation and annoyance that this council, with its experience and knowledge on water reforms, and I think Dave alluded to that, we're not a Johnny-come-lately here at all. We've been working on this over the 8 years that I've been on council with varying degrees of success, mainly unsuccess, I'd have to say. But they should not be ignoring the comments and the work that we've done in this space, because I think that we do have a significant amount to offer. I am concerned about the consultation. If we have a round of consultation now and then another one once the final bill is released, that could be as confusing for our residents to know which one they're consulting on as it would be to perhaps leave it until we have a bill and then do that in time for the select committee process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. And also thank you to staff for the work and the analysis and advice all the way through this process to today. We made a deliberate decision to fully participate in the whole of this reform process, and it's been a changing and moving environment, as we've seen in the draft exposure, the exposure draft, and that's evidence that our voice has been heard and the changes that we've seen come through in that. It shows me that our efforts have been fruitful and are meaningful. And so therefore it's worthwhile that we stay the distance in this next formal part of the process. The working group under the independent chairmanship of Doug Martin includes 9 mayors, and they're holding varying views on the reform, just as we all do. But importantly, they've agreed that they want to deliberate on other potential models, and that can be included in their final report to Cabinet for their 28th of February deadline. We should seize that opportunity, therefore, to promote a Waikato Bay of Plenty possibility and clearly articulate how that might benefit our residents. It would be good also to get better current feedback on their deliberations and the progress that they've made to date. But I want to leave them in no doubt about what's possible here in the Waikato, in central North Island, with an entity that will meet our needs. In parallel with our feedback, though, to the working group, we must explore the possibilities with like-minded councils, with their similar metro and growth pressures. And only then is it appropriate for us to form up something more tangible to take to the Select Committee. There's so much more to be resolved before we get to that public consultation process, though, I believe. We don't want to use up our goodwill and going too early. We want to be able to give them a full and well-formed understanding of what's being proposed. I've got confidence, though, that staff will be able to quickly meet whatever timeframes that Select Committee process prescribes around the consultation in there. And so I'll be supporting the original motion of Mayor Paula and Councillor Pascoe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I'd like to talk about a pig. There's been some discussion already today of monkeys doing surveys, of governments walking off with our rats, and I would like to talk about a pig with lipstick on it. To put lipstick on a pig means making superficial or cosmetic changes to a product in a futile effort to disguise its fundamental failings. Three Waters is an inherent failed premise and concept. And having now created a working group, the government has simply put a very vivid, colourful pink lipstick on a pig. The working group is inherently confused. On one hand, we heard today from a respected member of staff who read the terms of reference and said it didn't include a review of the business model. But the working group chairman, in its first meeting, in its first set of minutes, says it's willing to discuss it. How can we have any faith in a working group who doesn't actually comprehend its own terms of reference? Now, don't look confused. This isn't new. We heard it again today. The minister's terms of reference has not enabled this working group to consult on the issue of the business model. What this working group has done in its glory is simply come up with suggestion when asked to come up with a more meaningful process of governance and participation, is it suggested that Entity B, which now has a name, of the Western Central Water Group, that it should have 44 people sitting around the table trying to make a decision. Let's be honest. This government's three water policy and those who support it have been measured, they've been weighed, and they've been found wanting. And 81% of New Zealanders who have been polled say the same thing.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Look, I despair. If you'd put this proposal up last time when we asked you to, I would have been really supportive of it. But I'm afraid, to me now, it seems too little too late. We had our chance to put this proposal up 5 months ago. Instead, we wrote, amongst other things, a sternly worded letter, and we got one back from the Minister, effectively doubling down and saying it's pretty much our way and to do nothing is the only alternative. But now, we're not writing a sternly worded letter, we're writing urgent ones. So here we go again. Time and time, we are patted into touch, and time again, we go back for another pat on the head. The Minister's one-page response to our sternly worded letter of last time doubled down, and it reinforced the flawed rhetoric from the government that the only other option to their unwieldy four-entity model is to do nothing. Councillor O'Leary is right. The government does not seem to be listening. The rhetoric, the signals, the words and the timing all point to the fact that it's the four-entity model. Now look, just in rebuttal, Mayor Paula talks about wanting to know how water reform affects the other reforms that are coming down the pipe. Well, welcome to 4 months ago when we tried to halt those reforms so we could see that. And I'm glad Mayor Paula has shifted her thinking. I just wish she had shifted it on time. Councillor Dave says he's right, our interests may be geographically here, but let's not close out the idea of working with similar sized councils at the other end of the country, like Dunedin, or other fast-growing councils like Queenstown, for example. Let's not just limit ourselves to the Bay of Plenty and to Waikato. Councillor Sarah wonders what there is to lose by putting in a submission. I can tell you by evidence that we've seen a lot of time and a lot of money wasted. It's been proven time and time again that this procedure is geared to have minimum effect. Basically, it's a bladeless knife without a handle. So let's not do that. Let's not waste time. Let's pull all our energy into gearing up for the Select Committee. Councillors Rob and Maxine say that staying in the tent has worked, and you're right, Entity B now has a name. And our seat around a 12-person table has become a place around a 44-person table with a voice as loud as Taumarunui. Yes, there have been changes. And Councillor Rob is worried about confusing consultation. You're right. Consultation now will mean something. Consultation after the fact won't mean a jot. There are other options, and we need to find them. We've talked about pigs, rats and monkeys today, so I'll close by keeping the animal theme alive. They say that shepherds are there to protect their flock. And while our opponents will promote themselves as trying to be good shepherds for the community and trying to work with this government to get the best deal, remember it's not the wolves who end up eating the flock, it's actually the shepherds themselves. So I say if we're going to send a submission, it will be to get flocked.
Councillor Gallagher, seat 18, I don't know. Oh, hi Ryan, sorry. Seat 18.
Thanks, Chair.
You have a cute metaphor.
I'll start with something really positive. I just want to acknowledge the work staff has done on this as well, particularly Andrew, and the traffic light system I thought was absolutely fantastic to actually compare what we've said as a council position from a neutral staff perspective and hold it to the light of what government's proposing and give us the clarity to make an informed decision was fantastic. I get a bit annoyed with Councillor Mark continuously talking about the sternly worded letter when the amendment here today chooses to do nothing in terms of responding to the opportunity to influence. There was also an inaccuracy when he referenced the minister's one-page response. It was actually 2 pages. We can still provide alternative models at the selection committee process, and the motion does not negate that at all. We need to stay at the table. Councillor Sarah said it really well. Leaving it all to the select committee stage is far too late. And as we've seen, by having influence, we've already moved some of those lights from no lights to red lights to orange lights to green lights. So we're having some influence. From only having 6 seats, we now have 22. Now the opportunity for us is to work on proportionality to better represent the city and its asset value. We all support consultation on this, and I think we'd all agree the process from central government has not been as accessible to the every man and every woman in our city as it could be. However, we are the representatives of this city, and I think our views would be quite reflective of the communities in that we have had a lot of dissatisfaction. But you are kidding yourself if you think more public consultation now or previously would have made any difference to the outcome we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, and it's a shame that Councillor Bunting wasn't at our Tuesday lovey-dovey Jambo sticky notes group hug touchy-feely session because it was incredibly inspiring. But I'm delighted that the spirit of debate today has kept in spirit of that nice session we had. I just want to focus on what we all do agree on. We all agree that we do not agree with the mega North Island model. Okay, that's agreement. We're all actually, in the end, open-minded, I think, to significant reform. I still think, on balance, we should keep in every room we can. And this is not about sending sternly worded letters or emails. This is actually about being in every room we can. The only thing I would tactfully say to the Mayor and others is when you're talking to colleague councils about that alternative model and the models, make sure they're serious. Because while we are critical of central government, and I apologise for always looking backwards in this one, we should own up to the absolute disgraceful scandal that local government, Waipa, Waikato and Hamilton spent $1 million, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr Chief Executive, of ratepayer money on a model when a $5 cup of tea with the Waipa Council could have found out they were never serious. $1 million, and the Waipa Council in the end were never serious. And if we had known, then we'd have said, thank you Waipa, off you go off and do good work what you do. We'll keep talking to Waikato and see if we can come up with a model. That was $1 million. That was the local government record for you. And every major change in this country, 1989 reforms, the Auckland super city, don't leave it to local government because patch protection kicks in. What we do know is a model where Otahonga runs its own water is not going to work. Havelock North showed that to us. So I'm not demeaning at all the alternative model that the Deputy Mayor is promoting. Not at all. Not at all. I respect the sincerity and the approach, and who knows what the numbers will be around this table. But reform is a must, whether we initiate it or central government initiates it. Hopefully, local government finally, at the quarter to midnight, gets its act together and initiates a reform. And I'm really keen still on a Waikato Bay of Plenty model if we can get it up. If we can't, then I totally expect we have the select committee. But let's stay in every room we can.
So you're for the amendment?
I'm for the motion. To the honourable member, I'm for the motion.
Any others? Thanks, Councillor. Councillors, any other? Do you want to say something, Mark? So you're the only one who hasn't spoken. Don't mean to put you on the spot. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, right of reply for me then. I'm not going to use any cute metaphors, by the way. No doubt.
The year of the tiger.
This has not been a flip-flop. I totally reject that. At no time has anyone on this council bought into the government's proposal as they were proposed. That's just plain mischievous and plain politically convenient for some. We have 3 more opportunities, at least, to work our influence. I'm really pleased to see that there have been some positive changes, as Ryan articulated. But we have some opportunities ahead of us. We have 3. 1, we can influence the working group in their decision. We can put something in front of them to start seeding ideas. 2, we can continue to work with government directly alongside others. And that's where going down to Wellington with the likes of Antolli and any other person who's interested in having common view with us is useful. 3, we've got the select committee. We need to keep, we shouldn't miss any chance to keep our voice loud. I tell you what, when the government won't listen and when the Board of Inquiry or where the working group won't listen is if we don't say anything. Silence is the most ineffective way to be heard, as we know. Some councils tried to chuck the whole water thing out, but government is giving no indication whatsoever that significant reform of some sort will happen. The Councils for Local Democracy went down to Wellington to chuck the whole thing out. Now they're proposing some changes as well, because I think people realise there is change ahead of us and we are best to be in the thick of it, informing to our very best extent. We should be trying to make a positive difference. And when I come back to Hamilton, I think my personal view is we need to bring a powerful focus on the metro councils, especially the high growth ones, because the pressures we face are quite different. Some smaller councils will struggle to bring drinking water standards up to what they're required to be. We will struggle to put growth infrastructure in place to provide for future communities. So it's quite a different thing. I've always believed as mayor, my job is to represent the majority view of council, and that's what I actually have done in everything, including the sternly worded letter. I have conveyed to government the majority decision of council, and I will continue to do so. But I don't think it's a place of mayors to tell a government to chuck things out. I think we work with them as far as possible. And I've worked with both National and Labour on water since 2014. I do think there's a case for some level of change. I don't think the way that government has put it out is the right level. And we'll continue to bring your voice strongly to every opportunity that I can on your behalf. We'll go to the vote.
Amendment first?
What amendment? No, because the right of reply is to the motion. Oh, the vote is on. Sorry. Yeah, we're voting. Yeah, probably. We're voting on the amendment.
We are.
We are.
So for the amendment. Can we
We're voting either for or against on the amendment. Pardon?
Just hands, please.
Do we have to do it by hands? Okay, this is the amendment. Okay, everyone's clear? All in favour?
No,
All in favour? And Angela, I presume?
Those for the amendment: Councillor Wilson, Councillor Bunting, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Naidu-Ralph, Councillor O'Leary via audio-visual link, and Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Opposed?
And the amendment is lost.
One doesn't have to win the battle to win the war. You know of all people.
Okay, so the, we'll go to the substantive motion. We'll go to the, councillors, we'll go to the substantive motion now, if we may, please. Those in favour, please raise your hands.
Those for the motion is Mayor Southgate, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Van Oosten and Councillor Pascoe.
Opposed?
And the motion is carried, noting that Councillor O'Leary is voting via audio-visual link.
Okay. Thank you everyone. And look, I just want to acknowledge that this is an issue that we all feel very passionate about. There's a lot of emotion that circulates around it, but I look forward to working with you all in the next stage, which I think we can bring some really good solutions to the future if we work together. So thank you everyone. All right. We will do the triennial election one. Item 12. I am happy to, councillors, if we could just concentrate on this one, and then we could get through the next one before a break, before public excluded if we need one. I am happy to vote for for random. I so move. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Okay. Sorry, did you want to talk to it? I was just putting it on the table. Councillors, I was just putting on the table to indicate where I was going. I know Amy may want to summarise some things, and you are happy to put. You're welcome to put an amendment. Amy.
So the decision that I am coming to you with today is about the order of names of the candidates for our election in 2022. The three options being alphabetical, pseudo-random or random order. For the last 3 trienniums, we have been random. Prior to that, it was pseudo-random. And if you would like to refer to the report on page 402, we have done some research on what other councils have done in the last 2 triennium elections as well. Happy to take any questions.
Sure.
Sorry, I apologise, it probably is in the report, but what's the difference between random and pseudo-random? Apart from one being a really good name for a rock band?
So the random one, if you refer to page 401.
401?
So you've got the 3 options outlined at point 32. So pseudo-random is where all voting documents have a random order selected, versus random order, every document
has the same random. No?
Randomly selected, so they're all different on every voting document.
Okay, so does one cost more than the other, or?
No.
They're all the same, okay.
Yes, technology has progressed to the point that the cost is similar.
And my other question is, this is just for the voting form, isn't it?
Yes.
So this isn't for the booklet?
No.
Yeah, well, yeah, this, okay.
Yeah.
I'm relaxed then. Yeah, cool.
But you're going to be on the bottom of the left-hand page of the booklet, Mark.
How do you know?
No,
I might do a Casson and Google translate mine to Māori.
Okay, any further questions?
I have a question.
Hi, Angela.
You can't see my giant head.
Only when you speak. Off you go.
Please. I'll second your motion, Nicola, no one has. Question, Amy, I'm on page 400. I don't see anything there specific to any plans we may have for COVID. I know we think we know what's going to happen, but we may not. And if if, I don't know, in a scenario like we enter into a lockdown again, for whatever reason, how would you deal with that if we were sort of in that campaign mode? Oh, sorry. And
What the heck?
yeah. So that was my text message that day.
And we're still working through the process for planning for all situations, including another lockdown or anything similar. We do have the advantage over other councils where we have been through a lockdown with the by-election. And there will be a briefing late in March where we will cover off the plans that we have in place.
Oh, great. And that then will cover off, because I'm assuming we're starting a super early education campaigning for STB and Māori wards?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Southgate.
Not a problem. I'm afraid you were a little bit late to second, but thank you for the offer. Any other questions? Councillor Gallagher. Random. Yeah, random.
So again, random is where every form could conceivably be different. Yeah,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
And pseudo-random is where...
Martin, you got a question?
They're all the same.
Yeah. Well, no, we did random last time, yeah. Okay, do you want an amendment, Sarah?
I'll be interested in the amendment. Hang on, sorry. You don't worry about the form. No, I don't know what the amendment is. I don't know what the amendment is, so I might second it. What is it?
Councillors.
Do I?
To go alphabetical.
Oh,
it's good for you.
Oh, if for argument's sake, I'll back that.
You want it alphabetical?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, well, you've moved.
love of God.
In all seriousness, are you? Oh, no, that was terrible. Do you really want to do it? Is what I mean at the moment.
We can have a debate. I'm sure that it's going to lose valiantly.
So we've got a movement, motion, and an amendment. Okay.
Okay.
So we've had questions. We'll just go into the debate.
Oh, sorry. What's the amendment? No, she's moved an amendment.
Alphabetical.
So you have to go through another series.
Of what?
In fact, can I say,
questions.
Technically, she can't now move an amendment. You've put a motion on the table, and you've then gone through the series of questions. You can't then at the last minute put forward.
I said it
Sarah
before.
did say
She did say before.
Yeah, but you.
Oh, we didn't have a second.
Well, you have to
And I think it's
open
for debate,
questions
isn't it?
again then.
So you had the amendment, but you didn't have
A seconder.
She did have an amendment, but didn't have the seconder.
Correct. So,
But I hadn't heard the amendment.
but you hadn't heard the. You can't.
Anyway,
if you
we're
open it for questions, you've got to have the two.
All right, let's open up
in
for
front
a
of
further
us.
set of questions if there are any, because I'm sure we all want to move on. Questions of Sarah? Or about
Where did you get your jackets?
Yeah.
To the chief executive, to Amy.
Sorry, I'm.
You're confused?
I was trying my best to follow the discussion. Sarah, are you putting a motion for alphabetical?
Yes. Oh, amendment.
And do you have a seconder?
I do. Mark Donovan.
Okay, right. I'm with you now. Thanks.
Could staff give any evidence for whether it's perceived from political scientists that an alphabetical process gives an unfair advantages to those with A, B, C and D. And I note there's been some fascinating insights from a few universities regarding that. And if you're unsure of it, just ask Councillor Ted Armstrong.
All right, question.
Colloquially called Councillor Aardvark.
Question.
I mean, how
Lance.
self-serving would that be?
Ewan, can we get back to business?
Sorry.
I'll just refer to page 402.
Well, for him. Yeah, exactly.
Councillors, do you need a tea break
Councillor
or can we
Wilson?
carry on with business?
Can I just refer you to paragraph 38 on page 402 where the research was done on the order and there was no compelling evidence found by Auckland City Council based on their 2010, 2013 and 2016 elections, that those being listed first were more likely to be elected. So there has been work done on
Has
it,
it
and we
been peer
have.
reviewed?
Okay.
Would you like reverse alphabetical order?
Yeah.
All right, let's go into debate.
What's that?
Question?
I did have a question. So I'm not set on this, but reading through the report that was given, my concern that came up was that basically this. I just want to clarify. Is my understanding correct that the booklet is has to be in alphabetical order, and so then your voting papers. There was concerns raised by, in the report that it could cause confusion or cause extra work for people, having to then find the person that they're voting for when it's in random order. I guess, has there been any work to substantiate that would potentially make things hard enough for someone that they would, not vote or put the paper down and...
Not based on the information that we located during the development of the report.
So from staff perspective, and from what you know, would you say that there's any benefit then, putting aside the perceived bias around the people potentially being more likely to vote for someone at the top, is there any benefit with the alphabetical order in terms for voters themselves? Okay, I'll withdraw my motion then. You can relax. My main concern was just for people voting that it was simple.
All right.
Oh, just one quick little question.
Yes.
In terms of ballots returned, is there any evidence that the first 6 or 5 or whatever number are ticked? Without, which might indicate that there was no thought at all going into it, that voters were just ticking the first 6, whoever appeared.
There has been, and that was addressed in the Auckland City Council research, and their one was that there wasn't indicating that those first ones were more likely to be elected.
Hang on, sorry, I have to point out that we've had stuff given to us in the past when we first
Debated that round this council table that shows there was mild evidence that they had more of the top half were elected than the bottom half, and those are surveys done through the early 2000s.
That's what you said, isn't it, Amy? That there's some evidence to that.
Yeah, so this one's been based off the 2010, 13 and 16 elections, but that evidence is likely to be what originally caused Hamilton City Council to transition. But this is just the most recent one that we're focusing on in this report. There will be other information out there.
Okay, let's move on. Question?
Of trying to make voting as easy as possible or get higher voter turnout?
That's our intention with the campaigns that we will be putting out there, is to get the highest turnout and getting papers.
Wouldn't we be best to do the best thing for residents, which makes it easier for them to vote?
So it's the guy with the surname stone with the...
That aside, I'll take Councillor McPherson's thing and reverse the alphabetical order if you want to. I still reckon we're going to get a result either way.
So we've got the 3 options that we can consider.
Yeah, bring a 4th one in. Yeah.
Those with youths can go first.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder, right?
No, we don't. It fell over.
No, to the motion.
Oh, yes.
I moved, you seconded. Is that not right? Huh? Yeah, so we're going into debate. Sorry, Ryan? What? Oh, okay, cool. I'm not going to debate very much on this. It's just my view that random is the fairer option and causes people to potentially study candidates from a list and with no preference given to any particular person and read their profiles as opposed to getting to some kind of fatigue point after 5 or 6 candidates and, So I believe it's worked well in the past. I don't want to change it. That's me. Ewan?
Yeah, look, I just want to add the fact that there was contrary evidence presented to this council back in 2010 when we chose to actually go towards a random process, because there had been some evidence that having alphabetically listed names favoured those starting with A, B, C and D. And although I accept that the University of Auckland at a subsequent period has found no proof, I note that hasn't been peer reviewed, and I don't totally believe that the one analysis would change my position. And for the sake of transparency and for the sake of consistency, just stick with random. It's fair. For those who are concerned about the booklet, it's still alphabetical. So, you know, Bunty will be early on and Thompson and Wilson will be last, but on the voting papers, it's random, it's fairer.
Councillor Bunting.
Cool. Well, look, I'm pretty relaxed, to be honest. This has just been a bit of fun, you know. And if I have to rely on my looks, charm, personality, local profile, credibility, adorability, great track record as a councillor, an incredible amount of dad jokes, I'm not going to put myself at any perceived disadvantage with my cleverly chosen last name. So I'm quite happy to just let it go. Like Ewan says, actually. Seriously, the booklet is still alphabetical anyway, so really if we were going to take this seriously, we'd be putting the booklet alphabetically. And secondly, I will add, until we get an online voting system anyway, this is going to be a dog. So, you know, and I'll throw that in just for argument's sake.
Monkeys, pigs, dogs.
Yeah, dog, another animal.
Councillor
Another animal, you're right.
McPherson.
Thanks. Look, if ever there was an example of the effectiveness of random voting, you only have to look around the table here. That's right. But slightly more seriously, it's not just about scientific evidence about who gets elected there. It's also about the perception to the public. And I believe that if they knew every ballot paper is rearranged separately in totally random fashion, and you've got tens of thousands of votes coming in, and from tens of thousands of randomly organised voting papers, that's about as fair in someone's mind as you can get. So that perception is relatively important. I do point to the evidence of Councillor Armstrong being elected, I'm just trying to remember, 9 times in a row. It was every single one, he was the first in the alphabet. And knowing Councillor Armstrong, I'm certain that had something to do with it. And I'll remind him of that next time I see him.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Looking at this, for me, it was, as Councillor Donovan noted, important to make sure that we weren't disadvantaging voters in any way and making it more difficult than it needed to be. So, in my view, it was important to weigh up what's the risk of bias, and it looked like it's very marginal, and then what's the inconvenience or difficulty caused to voters in giving them a booklet that's alphabetically ordered, but then giving them a piece of paper with names randomly ordered that they had to sift through, particularly with STV and the need to list their preferred candidates, and you can list up to however many candidates there are. But hearing that the concern around confusion and difficulty isn't really substantiated at this stage, I've weighed it and have decided to go random.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the vote by show of hands. All in favour?
Councillor O'Leary?
Has the amendment disappeared then, based on Sarah?
Yes, so it
I
is.
support you, Sarah.
The motion is carried unanimously.
5-minute break, and then we will go through the public excluded items. Yeah, we just need to stretch though. Shouldn't take too long. Just a very quick stretch and then we're into public excluded.
As my motion